Magua, Panuel Rosham, stand and face Jerusalem. Blessing of the Sabbath. Barak Yahweh, Basham, Yahweh, Asherah, Nathan Lanawa, Hashabeth, Bashalawam, Tawada, Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it. Ta'ali Ma'ah Shariah Machad, Psalms 121. Anya Harayim Ayimya Oh Hariam Mayan Yabawa Isaiah Yabawa Mayahawa Shashab Shemayim Warataza La Yanathan Lamawat Regalia Yala Yanawam Shashwamarka Hana La Yanawam Wala Yeshan Shashumar Yeshua Yehovah Shemar Yehovah Tazalia Ayo Yim Yawumam Hashemash La Hakaya Wayarak La Balayala Yehovah Yeshmar Makau Ra Yashamar Na Pashe Yahweh Yashamar Hawalakya Wabawayat My Fa will aid I will Basham Yahweh Shai the water Aman. Y'all can agree with that?
Psalms 121, a song of degrees. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help comes from the Lord which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shema Yasharallah, Hero Israel. Shema Yasharallah, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Shema Yasharallah, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Shema Yasharallah, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh.
Deuteronomy 6:4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thapala Yahweh, the Lord's Prayer. Abinawa Shabbat Shemayim Kodash Haya Shanka Yahweh Malakwaka Thaba'a Ratazawanka Haya Aisha Barataza Kaba Shemayim Natamanawa Lakham Yawam Sad Wasalaknawa Kabawap Nawa Kasalaknawa Kabawap Yanawa Well, I'll be your now on the silent above. I will shine now, Marakaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, wa Allah, wa Thaparath, why will Aman.
Matthew 6:9. After this manner, therefore, pray, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debtors, we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. Ha'ashara Matazawa, the Ten Commandments. La'ad, Yahayat, Lakat, Alahayim, Akarim, Alpanyat, La'at, Daishat, Lakat, Pasub, Wala'at, Thibedum, La'at, Talakwaka, Shamwat, Yahweh, Alahayaka, Lashawat, Zakat, Ath, Hayawam, Hashabath, Lakodashwat, Kabad, Abiakat, Wa Amakat, La'at, Taratazak, La'at, Dana'at, La'at, Daganab, La'at, Dainat, Shakur, La'at, Dakhamad, Ko, Asherat, Lara'ika, Aman.
Exodus 20 and 2. I am the Lord thy God, which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them on the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless at taking his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and holiday. Honor thy father and thy mother, that the days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Amen.
Amen. Yeshua, be seated. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashim Yahweh Shai, Asheranathan and Al Paria, Gapan Thwada Aman. La Yahweh, Ba'ashim Yahweh Shai, Yashra. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Amadwa, Panyua Jerusalem, stand to face Jerusalem. Barakatah Yahweh, Agado, Rakawam, Nabiyar, Manawa'e, Eliyawan, Malak, Shal, Shemayim, Warataza, Wakod, Dabarium, Kayayim, Wagam, Namashiach, Mayahawa, Arawanawa, Ahabnawa, Hapala, Yawa Aitaza, Yahawashai, Zakarnawa, Yahawa, Bartazawan, Ainka, Yash Allah, Zarnawa, Bana, what's up? Yash Allah, oh, Nanawa, Yem Yen, Aitha, Kayawamyam, Makwadam, Babakusha, Shalak, Mike Allah, Watazwadak, Alahayam, La, Maganawa, Rapharnawa, Washamar, Ionawa, Baikwa, Shalak, Haroka, Shao, Yawashai, Lanawa, Lalamadnawa, Rabiam, Kakamab, Tabawana, Wada Aith, Shao, the Barka, Basham, Yahawashai, Thawada, Thum Yad, Waiwalam, Man. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the great, merciful, mighty, terrible, most high power, King of heaven and earth and all things living, and also the anointed from Yahweh, our Lord, our friend, a wonderful counselor, Yahweh Shai. Remember us, Yahweh, favorably, your people Israel. Help us build and gather Israel, most high, we beg you, right now, like the days of old. Please send Michael and the righteous powers to protect us, heal us, and watch over us. Mainly send the spirit of Yahweh Shai to us to teach us much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of thy word. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, always and forever, so be it. Repeat the Hebrew only. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Hathawarat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Award, Larawat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Quran, Hayo, La Korab, Ha'aim. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Hasheman, Zayath, Lamashak, Yasha Allah, Shabu Abisida. Okay, so Shalom Yasharala. So Shalom everybody that's here in Philly. Shalom everybody watching us on live stream, and Shalom everyone listening in on teleconference. Welcome to Shalom Kanaz, which is also known as the Congregation of Israel. That's what that means translated. Where we teach that the descendants of slaves, as well as the indigenous peoples found throughout the Americas, make up the southern and northern kingdoms of the 12 tribes of Israel. And that we fall into a lower state politically, economically, even religiously, because we broke the laws of God, found the Bible given to us by Moses. And that we come at this lower state that we fall into as a people by keeping these commandments we broke, by following Jesus Christ as our example. And one way we do that is by keeping the Sabbath day holy. Today we're going to be keeping the Sabbath, and our particular branch of Christ, we go through a Sabbath service. We're going to be reading First Maccabees, chapters 5 and 6. Once again, First Maccabees, chapters 5 and 6 are going to be our readings today. I'm reading out of a 1611 King James, but if you have one of these by itself, this will suffice also. This is what the Apocrypha looks like. This is the authorized King James Version Apocrypha that we read from. Not to be mistaken for the other ones you might see that the so-called Catholic Church pushes. It's an Apocrypha, but the English is not like the original text. We always go with the King James Version because we compare it and contrast it with the original Hebrew, Greek, and Chaldee, and we see it's the best translation above all. Whereas a lot of these newer versions change certain words around, especially when it comes to like things pertaining to the color of the Jews and what they actually look like, as well as the color of Christ, the Most High, and the angels. You know, we always say, yeah, color shouldn't matter, but the truth absolutely matters. And we know our people suffer from serious self-image problems. So that's why we always wave that banner and toot that horn so loud to show the color of Christ is important because our self-image matters. And to know the greatest man ever to live in the earth looked like you, right? Had skin tone like you, had eyes and nose and lips like you. That's important. For that reason alone, that's important. So my name's Nabia Zerubbabel. I'll be doing the service today as the Most High in Christ by the Holy Spirit wills it. Just write down for your notes, as I'm doing now. According to the Gregorian calendar, today is June 11th, 2022. But according to our Hebrew or solar lunar calendar, right, we were in the third month. In the 13th day. So once again, June 11th, 2022, third month and the 13th day. So where did we leave off last? We just kept a major holy day, right? I think the last major holy day that we have in history that we keep, which is the Feast of Dedication, also known as Hanukkah, which just means dedication when you translate it. That was at the end of First Maccabees 4. And as you can see here, this is from a particular Bible atlas you see online. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse on the screen, but if you look right towards the bottom here, right to the right of the word Judea, that goes across the side, what you'll see is Jerusalem highlighted in red, right? And what you'll see there is that in the year 164 BC, it says that Judas recaptures Jerusalem temple, right? So that's around the same time frame that we're in right now going forward. But it talks about other events here too. But that's the one that we want to take note of, as you can see here. Like I said, right where you see the word Judea, look right to the right, that bubble, and it's pointing right to Jerusalem here in the middle. So that was around 164 BC when we got the temple back from the heathen and then rededicated it. So now we're in the now we're in the events that come after that. But now let's continue on in First Maccabees chapter 5. And I'll touch a little bit on in Second Maccabees too, some of these events, but I kind of don't want to spoil it because when you go to Second Maccabees, it goes into the same events or similar events that First Maccabees goes over. It goes into it in more detail. So instead of going back and forth each time we get an event that takes place in 1 versus 2, sometimes we'll pull those, but I want to just go through those themselves. So we're going to be reading First, Second Maccabees anyway. And then, as a situation will, as when the situation is appropriate, we'll point back to First Maccabees too as needed. It's kind of like the Gospels, right? Where all 4 of them tell the same story, but then one gospel might go into details more than another and vice versa. It's kind of like that. So this is First Maccabees chapter 5 in verse 1. And it reads, "Now when the nations round about heard that the altar was built and the sanctuary renewed as before, it displeased them very much." So nations hate it when we do what we're supposed to do, right? They don't like it. Because like the Bible tells us, especially when you read in Deuteronomy 28, it tells you what? If we kept the commandments, the Most High raised us up on high above all nations. I mean, they'll be under us. They'll be paying us servitude. But the Most High said if we broke the commandments as a people, it would be the reverse, to where we would be on the bottom serving these other nations. And most of history has pretty much been us playing musical chairs with nations, each of them having their time in the sun, right? Esau being the one that's in the seat now, right? And soon to be out of that seat as we get closer and closer to the day where what? The kingdom begins, right? And those days go forward. Just like it tells us in Second Esdras 6 and 9, right? Esau's is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followed, right? So Jacob's going to be that new kingdom, that nation ruling with Christ at the helm. But we can get some, we can see some comparisons here with what Judas is going to be up against. Judas Maccabeus is going to be up against when it comes to the Greeks. As Esau today, right, they might be going by different kingdom names like American, British, French, Spanish, Dutch, German, etc. But nation-wise, they come from what today we will call ethnicity. The Bible calls nations. Nation-wise, they still go back to these same Greeks and Romans. So they're just repeating. They have that same spirit in them. So the things that they did then, they're doing now. So it says they were displeased very much when they saw we built the sanctuary, because I heard another priest say it before. Whatever state the temple was in was usually a direct reflection of the people. So the temple was restored and decked out, and usually was a reflection of the people being in a righteous state or a wholesome state. But the temple is overthrown, destroyed, ravished. That's a reflection on what? The people being the same. So the fact that there's no temple now, in the temple that they got a dome of the rock there now, right? Some Islamic mosque, right? Should be a clear indicator that our people are hurting, but not for long, right? Because like the prophecy says, from the 70s up until now, more and more of us are waking up so that what? We can get ready for that second day, that second coming of Christ, and then be what? Brought back into the land, taken out of these lands of our captivity. So reading on in verse 2, wherefore they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob that was among them, and thereupon they began to slay and destroy the people. And I can link this with 1 and 2, but just as a reminder, very popular verse among, this is Psalms 83. You can turn it off if you want. It was a little warmer here earlier. So this is Psalms 83. Psalms 83, and I'm going to start from verse 1. It reads, a psalm of Asaph, keep not thou silence, O power, hold not thy peace, and be not still, O power. So Asaph is asking that the Most High that doesn't keep his silence, to not hold his peace. Why? Verse 2, for lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up their head. Right? So thine enemies. So our enemies are the Most High's enemies. Who are his enemies? Who did the Most High make in this story called the history or reality or the truth? Because think of it, that the Most High is like the playwright, the author, the director of the movie, and we're just players in it, right? He made these other nations that aren't the 12 tribes of Israel as the villains, as the extras, right? So they're his enemies. He considers them his enemies. So it's the other nations. And then you can just write down as a reference Numbers 24 and 8, which tells you that what the nations are enemies, right? So Numbers 24 and 8 tells you that the nations are enemies. There's other verse we can go into where we can see that anytime you uphold a God that's not the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, you're an enemy of God. And if you're an enemy of God, then you're an enemy of ours, as we're supposed to follow the Most High. Also, Nehemiah 5 and 9 as well, to go at Numbers 24 and 8, to show that the nations are enemies. But as you read down here, we're going to see it's going to go through a list in case we're confused or in case there's a question about when God talks about enemies, what he means. It says they make a tumult, which is like an uproar. And it says, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head, right? When you see lift up the head, just means to what? To be made honorable. You read that scripture when it says lift up the head. Anytime you see lifting up the head, it just means to be made honorable. Meaning they've got themselves authority. It says in verse 3, they, these nations, have taken crafty counsel against thy people. Who are thy people? Us, the 12 tribes, Israel. And have consulted against thy hidden ones. The hidden ones are what? Us again, right? It tells Deuteronomy 32 and 24, he will scatter us into corners. He would cause our memory to cease from among men, right? That's why you go to different cities, you see us scattered into corners, scattered into the less desirable places, right? The bad real estate, if you will, right? They build the highway right through our neighborhood, right? In different major cities. So that you can ride right over it, right? You can pass by it, right? And you hear it in people's language, even amongst Israel too, that, might be doing a little bit better. They say, oh, where does a person live at? Or where are you looking at getting a house? And you say, I'm looking to get a house on such and such street in such a neighborhood. And, people will go, oh, or they'll go, oh. Depending on how they say, oh, you pretty much know. Oh, is it in the nice part of town? Or is it in the not so nice part of town? Right? And throughout the Americas, when it's in the not so nice part of town, like the curse said, usually you find our people there. Right? It says in verse 4, they have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. See, so this is what they sit down and counsel with each other about. So it shouldn't be a strange thing. We see them grieved that the fact we built the temple back up, because that's central to what? Our culture as a people, to that central place of worship, the temple being built in Jerusalem, our capital city. So it should make sense why we read in First Maccabees 5, why the other nations are frustrated at that. Because they don't want us to be a memory. But Most High said the days of Israel are innumerable. So they're better off just getting character, read their lines, and play the part of our servants and handmaids, because that's what they were made to be. They've got no better existence than to serve us. But that can't happen until we serve Christ and the Most High. Verse 5, for they are consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. Right? So they're confederate against us. And they have that one idea of no matter what we do, no matter what problems we have with each other as different nations, we can agree that those Hebrews, they're our enemy, right? And we want to keep them divided and conquered as long as we can, right? As long as they're speaking different languages, not getting along, right, at odds with each other, right? First and foremost, then that means good days for us ahead. Now it goes through the list. The tabernacles of Edom, which are today so-called white people, or they call Caucasians, and the Ishmaelites, today they call the Arabs, of Moab, so-called Chinese, and the Hagarenes, right? Also Arabs, because Hagarenes is just those that are descended from Hagar. Remember, Hagar is the mother. She's an Egyptian woman. She's the mother of Ishmael, right? And the Arabs. Even though they're Abraham's son, yes, they are a blessed nation, yes, tells that in Genesis, but they're not chosen. So they're another nation. Then it says in verse 7, Gebal, Ammon, and Amalek, the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. So we got some Hamites here, right, as far as Philistines in Tyre. You got Ammon, the so-called Japanese, Amalek, so-called Jews, right? Then it says in verse 8, Asher is joined with them, and they have holpen or helped the children of Lot, Selah. Asher being what we call the Assyrians today, right? Which I think they're being called the Kurds, but they still live in the Middle Eastern area too. They're descendants. And the children of Lot are just talking about, Asia, so-called Chinese and Japanese, Moab and Ammon, as well as the other Moabite nations like Korea, for example. But I'll stop there, but you get the idea. So they're all buddied against us.
And the Midianites, well, they are.
Yeah. Another family. So let's go back to First Maccabees, chapter 1. We were verse 1 and 2. Now we're in verse 3. Change my bookmark real quick. Okay. It says, then Judas fought against the children of Esau in Idumea at Arabatine because they besieged Israel. So when you look on the map, it tells you see that Idumea or Edom, because Idumea is another way to spell Edom, like we just read in Psalms 83. They're right underneath, right? Their ancient land is right underneath Judah, which is in the south, right? So they spread out, gone by different names, but when you go back to their origin, that was their first name, right? It says he gave a great overthrow and abated their courage and took their spoils, right? So won in battle against them. Then it says he also remembered the injury of the children of Bean. I had in my side caption here, Haran, which is like another people that are like Hebrew too, but not our people, but related, kind of like how Ishmael's related, Esau's related, who have been a snare and an offense unto the people, in that they lay in wait for them in the ways. He shut them up, therefore, in the towers and encamped against them, and destroyed them utterly, and burnt the towers of that place with fire, and all that were therein. Afterward, he passed over to the children of Ammon, which were found a mighty power and much people, with Timotheus their captain. Right? So Ammon towards the east. This is before they were super, super far east, right? But they were eastward from where Israel is, right? Which was called Canaan. You look on the map, right? So with the fight against them, it says, and Timotheus their captain, right? So it look like we have some exchanging of what you have as different empires rise and fall. You have exchange of cultures to where countries will still be there, but then they might become subjugated by another stronger power, right? Because we see that Timotheus name, that's a Greek name. So showing they had some kind of alliance or some kind of alliance or allegiance to the Greeks. Kind of like we see now even today with Esau, right? Whether it's U.S. and Britain over here in the West or Russia over there in the East, you see the other heathen nations that aren't Esau. They sometimes will ally themselves, become allegiant to those stronger powers, right? Take on their same customs, whether it be the capitalism, their democracy, their communism, right? Their other systems and government structures. They'll adopt those. It says in verse 7, so he fought many battles with them till at length they were discomfited before him, and he smote them. And when he had taken Iazar, was that Jazer? So I'm reading the Old English.
Wow.
So all the J's look like I's. Taking Jazer with the towns belonging thereto, he returned into Judea. Right? So we see when it comes to Judas, right? He's a warrior, but he's not a warmonger, right? So he'll seize advantages as needed to protect the people. But he's not just out here just for bloodlust, trying to, just conquer others just to conquer them, right? But it's about first and foremost protecting the nation, dealing with the enemies that are in our immediate proximity, right? That are adjacent to us, so we can be sovereign once again. Verse 9, then the heathen that were at Gilead assembled themselves together against the Israelites that were in their course to destroy them, but they fled to the fortress of Dathima. So you look on the map, that's like central Israel, but towards the east a little bit, right? Where Gilead was, which at one point was actually ours, right? But because we fell out of power and because we had the wicked of our people selling us out to the Greeks, Judas is doing cleanup right now, where he's going to all different places, pretty much south, north, east, and west of Jerusalem, spreading out and reestablishing those places to make them ours again, right? It says in verse 10, he sent letters unto Judas and his brethren. It says, and sent letters unto Judas and his brethren. This is talking about the heathen that were at Gilead, for verse 9. The heathen that are round about us are assembled together against us to destroy us. And they prepared to come and take the fortress whereunto we are fled, Timotheus being captain of their hosts. Come now, therefore, and deliver us from their hands, for many of us are slain. So now they're crying for help, crying for deliverance, right? Because before, they had the help of the Greeks to dominate us, but now we're dominating them. Verse 13, yeah, all our brethren that are in their places of Toby are put to death. Their wives and their children also they have carried away captives and borne away their stuff, and they have destroyed there about 1,000 men. While these letters were yet reading, behold, there came other messengers from Galilee with their clothes rent, who reported on this wise. And they said, they are Ptolemais and of Tyrus and Zidon, and all Galilee of the Gentiles are assembled together against us to consume us, right? So they're behind enemy lines, but now they're getting us being an enemy to them. But now our enemies, these other nations that are on further outskirts outside of Israel, right? They're not coming against them, coming against our people, which Ptolemy has been southwards and eastward where Egypt is, right? Because Ptolemy was the one that ruled over there. The Ptolemies were the ones that took over Greece, even though them and the Seleucid dynasty had wars with each other and fought for power over time. This is of Tyrus and Sidon, which is Tyre and Zidon, right? Which is the coastal country, the place right above Israel and beneath, which is where they had lots of trade that was done because they were closer to the coast. And all Galilee of the Gentile, which is the northern part of Israel, are assembled together against us to consume us. Remember, even at this point, like I told us, 2 Kings 17, the Assyrians, what? After the northern tribes were taken into captivity and left, which was centuries before this, they had transplanted other nations in there, right? That weren't our people, right? They were actually Cush, or today what they call Ethiopians, right? That's why you read about that when it comes to when Christ and his disciples were teaching in the northern part of Israel or Galilee, he ran up into different nations, like that woman at the well. So just so there's no confusion about Galilee in particular, because you might say, wait a minute, I know these other people aren't us, but what about the Galileans, right? So you can just write down 2 Kings 17 chapter. We were just talking about this too. My brother had a question about, how to break down the Samaritans, right, as far as who they are, their nation. Because remember, that's what the Bible is all about, right? The Bible's a book of record, but it's all about nationality and inheritance, right? What nation gets what plot of land, and where's the landmark start and stop? I mean, that's pretty much history. The Bible's history, but the Bible is the defining record to show who the nations are, including us, and what we're all promised, what we're all entitled to, and how to keep it. So 2 Kings 17. I'll just read this verse, but you read down to the end, it goes into the whole history. It says in verse 23, until the Lord remove, or till Yahweh remove Israel out of his sight, which is talking about the northern kingdom, the 10 tribes. As he had said by all his servants, the prophets, so was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day. Then it says in verse 24, and the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon and from Cutha and from Ava and from Hamath and from Sepharvaim and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel. And they possessed Samaria and dwelt in the cities thereof. So Samaria no longer controlled by us, but now populated by these Hamites, right? So this was the beginning of that. But now going down into history, even down to the time of the Maccabees, those folks are still there. And then there's a question about what happened to the northern tribes. We'll get this real quick in the Apocrypha, and then we'll continue on. So this is Second Idris. Second Idris chapter 13, a vision that Ezra's had concerning what would happen with the 10 tribes, right? In the future, and also what would happen for us as a nation going up to the time when Christ would come back. So this is Second Idris 13. I'll start from 39. And it reads, and whereas thou sawest that he gathered another peaceful multitude unto him, this he is referring to Christ in the vision when you read above. It says in verse 4, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoner out of their own land in the time of Osei, the king, who Salmanasseh, the king of Assyria, led away captive. And he carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land, right? So that same history, 2 Kings 17, but now it's going into what happened to the 10 tribes that were taken out, or the northern kingdom of Israel. What happened? It says in verse 41, this is after they came out of that captivity under the Assyrians. But they took this counsel among themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where another mankind dwell, that they might there keep their statutes which they never kept in their own land. So this is the council they had amongst themselves to leave that part of the world and to come over to an unknown land, which today what we call the Americas, right? That's why you look at the indigenous peoples found in North Central South America and the Caribbean and go into the history on them. You see them having what languages, customs, ways of dress, celebrations that parallel what? The Hebrews, right? From using the moon to measure time to the garments they wore, how they dressed, the fringes, things the way that they celebrated things. But unfortunately, from that time, leading up into the time of our recent history, just about 400 years ago, right? When Esau, different nations of Esau came to conquer them, we see that what? They had the Hebrew customs, they mixed them with other customs, worshiping things that aren't of God, worshiping spirits, worshiping animals, worshiping nature, right? Acknowledging a supreme creator, but then their righteousness became mixed with other customs, right? They learned from the heathen from before. So some bad habits came back. That's why you'll see in the ruins certain things that show they're Hebrews and other things that show that they were following the ways of the Hamites, the Assyrians, and other things, right? When it came to their customary practices. So it's kind of like fused together. A big one I always like to point out, just like a heavy hitter, I always like to point at Brazil, where you go into Brazil, the way it got its name, it was a name that the natives gave that land. That word Brazil is a Hebrew word, and they called it that before the Portuguese even got down there to South America, since they're the ones that conquered that land eventually. But they called it that, just like the prophecy says, just like you know, evidence shows that land was very rich, not only in oil but also in different mineral deposits. That's why in the prophecy in Deuteronomy 33, Moses talked about what in the end times, Asher, his foot shall be brass, right? He should dip his foot in oil, and how his shoes shall be brass, something to that effect. And iron, because that word Brazil comes from the Hebrew word barazol, which means iron like, or like iron. So that's like a big one that I like to show folks, to show that, but I'm going deep into the books, this history book, the history book, to show other evidence, but just the names of places, right? That the natives gave that name, gave that land, should be a clear indicator that they were the Hebrews. But that's just the big one I like to always throw out there.
Were you reading in Second Kings?
I'm in Second Idris.
Second Kings, what were you reading?
Oh, was I? 17, 23, and 24.
You said the Syrian, the Native American, the Syrian captivity, right? Native American, the Syrian captivity. It said in the Old Testament, the last captivity before they came over here.
You're asking me, what are you asking me?
No, with the Native American, the captivity that they were in the Old Testament before they came over here. Where is it in the Old Testament again?
Oh, 2 Kings 17, 23 and 24.
Second Kings 17.
23. I just read 23 and 24, but you can read the rest of that chapter because it goes into what else happened too.
23 and 24, right?
Yeah. But read to the end for yourself to get the full story. Let me read 41 again. It says, this is back in 2nd Esdras 13. It says, but they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where other mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow passages of the river, right? Which you look on the map, it's like over there in the Middle East, those rivers underneath, between what they call the 4 rivers, right? Going back to Genesis. But now it's called it's pretty much what we call the Middle East today, or the Fertile Crescent in ancient times. It says, for the Most High showed them signs for them, and held still the flood till they were passed over. For through the country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half. Tells you how long it took for them to go all the way from the Middle East, all the way around Africa, right? Past the Horn of Africa, going down underneath, and then going across the Atlantic, and then landing in what we now call South America, and then spreading out to the Caribbean and towards North America after that. It says, for that country was, for through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half, and the same region is called Arsareth, right? If you go into that word, just means unknown country, right? So that was the older name we gave to what they now call America, right? But I'll stop there. So I read from 39 to 45 of 2nd Esdras 13, just to show where the northern tribes went that we're wondering, okay, in the time of Maccabees, where were they at? And then that prophecy I was referring to, since I mentioned it, you get that too. This is Deuteronomy 33. And the two chapters you always want to focus on when it comes to the prophecy of the tribes is Genesis 49, where Jacob gives prophecies about the 12 tribes, and then Deuteronomy 33, where Moses gives prophecies of the 12 tribes, right? So in Deuteronomy 33, in verse 24, and also verse 25, it says, and of Asher he said, let Asher be blessed with children. So going to them having large families, kind of like Ephraim. Let him be acceptable to his brethren. This prophecy dealing with what? When you go to South America, and still even to this day in certain places, you'll still see them what? Dressing in a certain way, not covering themselves, because it was lawful and customary that we would keep ourselves covered. But you see how the indigenous peoples lives, where they're in the nude, they got face paint on, stuff like that. Even you see Gad up here in the northern part of North America, at least they would cover themselves, right? But when you go further south, you would see that the northern tribes wouldn't always do that. But then it says, and let them dip his foot in oil. That's why you go not just to Brazil, but to Colombia, to Venezuela, those countries that are all there in that cluster in the northeast part of South America, right? All those countries. You'll see that they are very rich when it comes to oil, right? Oil being one of their top exports. Then it says in verse 25, thy shoes shall be iron and brass, meaning where you're going to walk is going to be very rich in iron and brass deposits, right? Different minerals. That's why you read about not only oil refineries, companies setting up oil refineries down there, but then even mining companies setting up a shop down there in South America as well, right? To capitalize on those minerals. And iron is important because, once again, you go into what the natives called their country, Brazil. That word Brazil, right, comes from the ancient Hebrew, barazal. When you look at that word barazal, it just means iron or iron-like. So you see, when it talks about Christ having a rod of iron, you'll see the word Shabbat barazal, which just means rod of iron. And there's even a brother named Iron-like too, like Barzillai, I think his name is. I think we'll read about him as we go through Samuel's. So yeah, that's why that's why the natives named that country Brazil. That's why they called it that, because it was very rich in minerals when they looked around. So when it says their shoes shall be iron and brass, it's a prophecy showing where they would be at in the last days. That's why we find Asher there now. Then it says, and as thy days shall thy strength be. So, as long as your life is, that's how strong you'll be. But yeah, let's go back to Maccabees. But just want to touch on that real quick. So it was Deuteronomy 33, 24, 25, as far as the Asher prophecy. Since that's where the 10 tribes, that's where they landed at initially, and then spread out from there. So First Maccabees chapter 5, and this is 16. First Maccabees 5 and 16, it says, Now when Judas and the people heard these words, they assembled a great congregation together to consult what they should do for their brethren that were in trouble and assaulted of them. So we still got more problems with these nations we read above. Then said Judas to Simon, his brother, Choose thee out men and go and deliver thy brethren that are in Galilee. For I and Jonathan, my brother, will go into the country of Gilead. Right? So they're splitting up their force into two units. And he's telling Simon to go north, and then he and Jonathan are going to go eastward. So it says, So he left Joseph, the son of Zacharias, and Azarias, captains of the people, with the remnant of the host in Judea to keep it. So he left trustworthy brothers in charge back in Jerusalem to protect it as they spread out to what? Deal with these forces that were looking to invade from different sides. Unto whom he gave commandments, saying, Take ye the charge of this people, and see that you make not war against the heathen until the time that we come again. Right? So defend the city, defend the capital, but don't go out offensively. Just play defense, right? Just play a defensive game. Don't go offensive like us. It says, verse 20, here we go. Now unto Simon were given 3,000 men to go into Galilee, and to Judas 8,000 men for the country of Gilead, right? So now we had how many men they were given to fight with each place. Then went Simon into Galilee, where they fought many battles with the heathen, so that the heathen were discomfited by them. And he pursued them unto the gate of Ptolemais, and there were slain of the heathen about 3,000 men, whose spoils he took. So I'm not sure if we saw this before, but let me see. Am I still sharing it? Oh no, it went away. Let me see if I can bring this back up again. Let's see, Chrome tab. Thought I had it on. Thought I still had it sharing. I guess not. Okay. I don't think I see that that particular battle here. No, it's not here. Okay. Let's continue on. Just wanted to make sure. I know a significant event that's on that map, but we haven't gotten there yet. It says, Then went Simon into Galilee, where he fought many battles with the heathen, so that the heathen were discomfited by him. He pursued them unto the gate of Ptolemais, and there were slain of the heathen about 3,000 men, whose spoils he took. Right. So for every man he took in the battle, they killed one of theirs. Right. So all praise to the Most High in Christ. Right. To bless them in the fight, and took their spoils. And those that were in Galilee and in Arbatus, these are the fights that Judas fought, with their wives and their children and all that they had, took he away with them and brought them into Judea with great joy. Judas Maccabeus also and his brother Jonathan went over Jordan and travailed 3 days' journey in the wilderness, right? So it was a tough journey going through that wilderness after you cross over Jordan. Like I said, you look on the map and go eastward, where they met with the Nabathites, who came unto them in peaceable manner and told them everything that had happened to their brethren in the land of Gilead, and how that many of them were shut up in Basra and Bosor and Elima, Casphor, Maked, and Carnaim. All these cities are strong and great, right? So these strong, great cities, even they were taken. In that they were shut up in the rest of the cities in the country of Gilead, and that against tomorrow they had appointed to bring their host against the forts and to take them and to destroy them all in one day. Hereupon Judas and his host turned suddenly by the way of the wilderness unto Basra, and when he had won the city, he slew all the males with the edge of the sword and took them all their spoils and burnt the city with fire, from whence he removed by night and went till he came to the fortress. Right? So win these cities back for our people who at one point were safe in these cities, but then weren't when the Greeks took them over. So once again, he's just going about the fight to take all these places back. It says, if from whence he removed by night and went until he came to the fortress, right? Because for night it's hard, it's easy to go undetected, right? Where people may not see you. But then it says, in betimes in the morning, they looked up, and behold, there was an innumerable people bearing ladders, other engines of war, to take the fortress, for they assaulted them. Right? So by the time the morning came, they saw these people with engines of war and ladders, right? Like you'll see like catapults and like different engines, like different carts carrying folks, and they'll push ladders up to like get over the walls of the city, right? You might see that sometimes in some of those older movies, or even more recent movies that depict like ancient battle, even fantasy movies, like not just movies like Alexander and like 300, right? Which are kind of like history-ish. I want to say it's actual history because they embellish certain things depending on the movie. But even like fantasy movies like Lord of the Rings, when they show them fighting different battles and they get the ladders, and they put the ladders up against the castle wall so they can climb up, so they can get inside and get a battering ram and kind of bang through the drawbridge if there's one, so they can get into the city. So it says, when Judas 31, when Judas therefore saw that the battle was begun, and that the cry of the city went up to heaven with trumpets and a great sound, he said to his host, fight this day for your brethren. So the cry of the city went up to heaven, right? Doesn't that sound familiar? We always read about that, right? Whether it be for good or for evil, right? When you read about the cry going up, it's like dealing with a place and a people, and they cry, and the cry going up, meaning there's such a situation that's at hand, right? And it pretty much goes up unto the Most High, right? Not to say he didn't see it already, but it's like figurative language talking about the cry going up, where the Most High sees it, and then he's going to then pass judgment. Same way the cry can go up for our sakes to help. The cry can go up to the Most High for the hurt of a place too. Like you read about the cry being great when it came to Sodom and Gomorrah, for example. You might go back to Genesis, right? You read about the cry going up, or the cry going up by us to the Most High when we were captive in Egypt, right? Or also in Jeremiah 14:2, right? One of our popular verses we always read about our people being what? Black unto the ground. It says they are black unto the ground, but then it says the cry of Jerusalem is gone up, right? So that's more like this, as far as our cry going up into the Most High for what? Our deliverance, that we may be delivered from this hardship we're about to face. And Most High, as we're going to read, is going to use Judas and the men he has command over as a means of deliverance. So the deliverance ultimately is the Most High, but now Judas is being used as the figure to do so. That's why he says in verse 32, he said unto his host, fight this day for your brethren. So he went forth behind them in 3 companies, who sounded their trumpets and cried with prayer. Then the host of Timotheus, knowing that it was Maccabeus, fled from him. Wherefore he smote them with a great slaughter, so that there were killed of them that day about 8,000 men. So look at that. So we saw that Simon had 3,000. It tells you that Judas and Jonathan, they had what? 8,000.
What verse you on?
I just read 34. So Judas and Jonathan had 8,000, right? It says they slew 8,000 of theirs. So it's kind of ironic, right? The Most High would have those numbers sync up that way, right? Simon is 3,000, took out 3,000 of theirs. Judas and Jonathan and their 8,000 took out 8,000 of theirs. In 35, it says, this done, Judas turned aside to Maspha, which you'll see is spelled mitzvah other places, but it's the same place. After he had assaulted it, he took it and slew all the males therein, and received the spoils thereof, and burnt it with fire. Right. Why do I have that? It says, "From thence went he and took Casphon, Maged, Bosor, and the other cities of the country of Gilead. After these things gathered Timotheus another host and encamped against Rephon beyond the brook." So now Timotheus catching a serious loss. He has to then back up and then regroup, get forces together, and then reposition himself in another city. All this taking place in the eastern part of Israel, right? East of Jordan. As we read, they had to cross over that going eastward. Remember, Galilee, where Simon's at, is northward from Jerusalem. This is eastward from Jerusalem, right? Northward and eastward from Jerusalem on the map. It says in verse 38, "So Judas sent men to espy the host, who brought him word, saying, All the heathen that be round about us are assembled unto them, even a very great host. And he hath also hired the Arabians to help them. And they have pitched their tents beyond the brook, ready to come and fight against thee. Upon this Judas went to meet them." Right? So they fell back and then got more resources, right? More human resources. In this case, the Arabs, right? Who lived in that region as well. To then come with them, to combine forces with them. Said hopefully they can have a victory, whereas they had a loss previously.
Right. So, and if you bring this into context, you see it's civil war, because mind you, this happened around 163 BC, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now, when going back, you don't have much going on except we trying to establish a territory where we can live in peace, right? And with the resources that's on that land. So you don't have much, you cannot even talk about industrial revolution yet, where you have a lot of stuff going on. Right now, it's just fighting to establish ourselves, right, and keeping the law that govern the way we live,
Mm-hmm.
and protecting ourselves against those other people. So at this point, we have human resources and land, and then fighting for control. Those are the three main things that you have at stake right now. Right? Control of territory or place where you live around about. You want to find a plot of land where you call it yours, and then you want to live according to a law that is established by the Mossad, and they also have their own way of how they do things. We remember they coming out of we were fighting between the Syrian and Ptolemies. We were in between.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's nothing. It's nothing. I would say it's nothing strange. It's pretty much the same thing. But right now, it's more like happening on a global level,
Right.
where it's not only fighting for territory. It's not fighting for the total control of the entire earth.
Mm-hmm.
So as opposed to fighting for one plot of land or a territory, right? And then we got caught in the middle of all these things.
Come. They say playing a home game, right?
Right.
Against the visiting team, which
Right.
is the other nations, right?
Right. So the thing is, like, once you understand the concept of the kingdom and what's at stake and everything, then when you read stories like this, you see what's the beginning of establishing a nation and what it takes.
Come. Absolutely. Excellent point you brought out there. And just for us to be reminded, like you said, no matter what time period, whether it was then or now, the war is always the object of war has always been the same.
Yeah.
Just like the kingdom is going to be fought over the same thing, right? It's over power, right? Power and control. And in the case of the heathen now, Esau, our brother Esau, he wants it all, right? He wants the people, he wants the land they live on, and the rivers they use. He wants their ports. He wants their resources, right? Their plants, their animals, their minerals, the things that they have in their land. And he wants control over their money too, the things they use to even trade with each other. He wants to control all those things. And he has different mechanisms, different institutions that he's established to make himself all powerful at each of those different levels of power, right? When we talk about physical power, you know, so you see them with their banking system trying to control the money, and through that try to control debt, keep nations indebted to him, right? His different governments, his different institutions, even use his media as well as his entertainment, which is an aspect of media, to try to control the hearts and minds of the people as far as how they think, to sway their mind one way or another to make himself to be the good guy and the hero, and everybody else to be, less than, not to be trusted, right? The villain, the bad guy. That's why here in the States, we're taken aback when we see when they do releases of TV shows and movies, right, overseas, and they say, "Oh my God, they censored the movie. They took this out. They took that out. Someone was wearing an outfit that had patches on it. They took patches off it because it said this, it said that." And we say over here in the West, that's so horrible. How could they do that, over there in those other countries? But it's because those leaders of other countries, they know when it comes to the media here in the West, right? We're talking about books, movies, music, television, right? They know those things have an influence. They influence people's thinking, their decision making, right? To where they'll censor certain things that they know they have a certain program they want their people on. They'll, have movies change scenes, remove scenes, sometimes take scenes out altogether that they know are what try to instill certain thoughts or beliefs or attitudes in their population, which cause unrest as far as how they do things, how they govern things, how they instruct their men and their women to be and their children to be. So, when you understand how power works at those different levels, you can understand the motivation behind why any head of state would do what they do when it comes to how they govern their country. You may not agree with it, you may not have the same principles as them, but according to their principles, they're going to act accordingly so that what? They maintain power when it comes to their government, how they do things, how they run their, governmental organizations, and what companies they will and will not allow do business in their country. It all goes back to those levels of control, right? That it's old. It's been around since there've been mankind. So the technology doesn't change that. Power is still power.
Can I say an old one?
Mm-hmm.
An old one. Like Malaysia, in the Muslim of Malaysia, the country, they had banned this movie, Schindler's List.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about Auschwitz and all of that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
There was too much sympathy for one nation. Like I said, they're provoking outrage among Jewish groups around the world because there's too much sympathy for one nation. I saw that back in the day.
Uh-huh.
Like 90 years old, like 94.
Yeah. They still talk about it now. It's one of those movies that's like really pulls your heartstrings, We know the history behind what actually happened there and the motivation. And we know when it comes to the so-called Jews, right? It's a big deal for them to what? Wave their propaganda flag nice and strong so everyone can see, right? You will learn about our history or our supposed history, You will protect our group, we're at all the quote unquote minorities, Esau pretend to be a minority, right? So-called Jews. We are the protected class. There will not be anything said against us or done against us that we won't prosecute with extreme prejudice, So they do that. They do that especially in the Western countries, but they try to spread out to the Eastern countries as well and keep that same level of influence. So not surprising. Not surprising at all. That's good as an example. Yeah, the example I was talking about with the patches made me think of I didn't see it yet, but you guys know, they're promoting the latest Tom Cruise, the Top Gun. He just came out with the Top Gun sequel, right? And they said like when they had like the commercial being played, thinking like Southeast Asia, I think Taiwan in particular. Like the Chinese had he had a bunch of patches on his jacket, right? Like different countries. You know, when you travel to different places, you get patches, and even like with like military jackets, they have like certain patches, you know, on them. He had a patch, I think, of like Taiwan. You know, Taiwan is like a protector of the West. Like it's a country that really is supported by the West, pretty much. And it's right there in the southeastern part, right in proximity to China. And then when they had the commercial in China for that movie, they said, you got to remove the Taiwan patch, take it off the jacket, right? Because they really don't acknowledge Taiwan. You know what I mean? As far as it being like, you know, a legitimate country. So it's like, once again, it's like the whole influence thing. You know, if there people see that, they go, oh, so Taiwan is, you know, legitimate. So it's like everyone, you know, different countries trying to control the narratives for their respective countries as far as how to think, how to feel, how to choose, you know. Remember that made the news, but it's like that's not the only thing. There's a lot of stuff, you know, from like the way men dress, the way women dress, you know, cross dressing, you know, homosexuality. There's a lot of countries still to this day that they're like, you got to remove those scenes out of movies or out of books, otherwise we won't sell it in our country. And the companies behind those books, behind those TV shows, those movies, they'll capitulate sometimes, right? Because they'll say, okay, all right, well, you know, they might try to sneak it in sometime later, but sometimes in order to make that money, get that added revenue, they'll make concessions in those countries, right? So that at least they can sell that particular media in that country.
Right. And also it depends on what they use to control that country, right? For example, when you look at in the Arab countries, the system is more like theocratic, right? Where they so focus on their belief system, right? They focus on Islam, so they give it more, more respect. So anything got to go according to Islam, right? That's what pretty much is governing the country at the highest. Whereas you have in the West, it's more so logos, right? Where it's reason. It's more about reason. This is reasonable, even though they have the theos there, but it's more like being reasonable and come up with a judgment and stuff like that. If that makes sense or doesn't make sense, is more so how the West is governed.
Right.
And in our case, it's more like a pathos. They understand that we're more like emotional people, right? So they govern us like that. That's why they know we're emotional, and at any time they throw stuff on TV just to get you to react. And then we always see it. Man, can you believe what they say about black people? They get you to react emotionally, and then get you ticked off. But it has always have a means to an end. So those are those things that those are the techniques that they use, to manipulate and control countries.
Every now and then they throw the police beat one of us.
Yeah, all that to get you to react. Or to go out there and start doing stuff. But they know we can do much. Because it's still like most of the people on the guns and stuff like that, they Esau, they get them. And all this debate about gun control and stuff like that, they know the reason why there's no gun control law is because most of us don't own guns.
Right.
Watch, if you was to start owning guns, the gun control law was in. And then Edomite even said it out loud. I think Joy Behar in the View.
Yeah.
Once we have black people start owning guns, all that debate about gun control, that they won't even be an issue. They will pass laws that you can't own guns.
Well, as long as they got a black market to still get them. As long as poor whites got a black market to get them. Because poor Esau, who's the enemy of rich Esau still. Like we were talking about at the beginning of the service, they'll kill their own just to get at us. Right? And to keep the other dark nations down, not just Israel. But they're ones that'll still hold on. They're the ones that'll still fight to have those guns. To say, hey, look, There's more. They may have, the elite Esau might have access to more advanced weaponry, but it's more of us than them. Yeah, even we may not have the same level of firepower. All of us with our limited firepower stand a chance. And it's crazy because we know the truth. It's really just a small group of Esau that really pulls the strings. But they make it as though it's like you say, like you were talking about before in the last, I think, Sabbath service. They make it out to be a democracy, right? Which means, ruled by majority, right? But we know that's not really what it is. It's just how they sell it on paper. And they just pull the puppetry, they pull the strings on the hearts and minds of the people, like you said, the pathos rhetoric, to get them to go one way or the other. And not to make, not going into it too long. We could talk about, we could do many classes on this. But with the coronavirus outbreak, that's like a classic case study, which, we can look at it right now in real time. But in history, we can, they're going to have all types of examinations of what happened these last couple of years, right? Where you can look at from a rhetorical standpoint, you pretty much see the struggle between the three types of rhetoric, right? Which you mentioned two of them, right? The logos, which is like reasonable appeal, and you got your pathos, which is your emotional appeal or appeal to needs, right? And you got your third one, which is what they call ethos, which is which is literally means custom or habit, but that's like your reputational appeal. So this whole coronavirus situation, all the stuff that we saw happen, all the stuff we saw in the news, right, and things we had to deal with in our personal lives, it's like a war between rhetoric, right? To where you got, logos, which is reason, scientists actually making, legitimate claims, up against pathos, which is, the government trying to make you afraid, right? Make you fear for your life, right? For certain things, and get you to make a choice based on fear, not really based on understanding and reason. And you got ethos being used to support the logos, where, yeah, I'm telling you that I'm telling you that what I'm telling you is reasonable, it's logic, but it's really not. But because my ethos, I'm from this accredited organization, I'm from this top university, I'm selling you a bunch of crap, but because I'm from this top university, my hope is that you're going to buy the garbage I'm telling you about this virus. So it's a real, hodgepodge. It's a real mess. You look at it from like a rhetoric standpoint, but it is and will be a very interesting case study to examine, right? As far as how they sway people one way or the other, using the different types of rhetoric. And even how logos was actually their enemy in many cases, but they had to use pathos and ethos to override most people's logos when it came to how to deal with this thing and deal with it in the most efficient manner.
Right. So beyond the complexity that people see in the world, they use like very simple methods.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Don't get it twisted, y'all. I know we hated taking a speech. We had to take speech for high school or college, right? But I always tell folks, dig up your old speech book if you still got it, right? I know you just had to take. You took it because you had to. I hate public speaking, right? I just take the class. It's part of my. I won't get my degree unless I take speech. But find your old speech book and go to the chapter on the persuasive essay. It's all there. Breaks down the rhetoric and all that. You go back through that thing, you realize, oh my God, it's all here. Like you said, they sell it as very complex things, but when it comes to persuasive speech, it's really easy to understand. It's key things you can listen to when you listen to someone speak. You can point out right away and go, oh, okay, I know what he's doing there. I know what she's trying to say there. You can pretty much crack the code on speeches that these politicians give, these heads of companies give. You can really understand what they're trying to say, what they're trying to do, and what the agenda they're trying to push. Because the rules of rhetoric never change. But let's continue on though, because I guess we can talk about this for a while. But reading on though in First Maccabees 5, I'm in verse. The water. I'll read 41. But if he be afraid and camp beyond the river, we shall go over unto him and prevail against him. Now when Judas came near the brook and saw the scribes of the people to remain by the brook, unto whom he gave commandment, saying, suffer no man to remain in the camp, but let all come to the battle. So he went first over unto them, and all the people after him, and all the heathen being discomfited before him, cast away their weapons and fled into the temple that was at Carnaeum. Right? So the Most High is on Judas' side. Even though he's come with combined physical might, his ultimate trust is in the Most High that what he's going to give him success against these heathen and all the things they had access to, right? Even though they try to combine forces, right, like we see with these Ammonites, with Timotheus trying to combine with the Arabians, he's still giving us the victory. He's still giving us the advantage. Verse 44, but they took the city and burnt the temple with all that were therein. Thus was Carnaeum subdued, neither could they stand any longer before Judas. Then it says, Judas gathered together all the Israelites that were in the country of Gilead, from the least into the greatest, even their wives and their children and their stuff, a very great host, to that they might come into the land of Judea. Right? So with all these victories, he's actually getting more might, more wealth, right? More to put back in their coffers, right? So they can continue to build themselves back up, right? So that's where the expression, to the victor goes the spoils comes in, right? To where when you have that victory, that's what you want, so that you can build your own strength back. It says, and they of the city shut them out and stuffed the gates with stones, whereupon Judas sent unto them in peaceful manner, saying, let us pass through your land to go into our own country, and none shall do you any hurt. We will only pass through on foot, howbeit they would not open unto him. Right? So now we see what? Him offering them what? You could say a peace offering, if you will, saying, look, if you just let us come through, right, we won't cause you any problems like we did these other guys. We just kicked their tail, right? Just let us pass through. We're going to be on foot. But it says, but they didn't do it. Kind of makes you think of what happened with us in the wilderness, right? When we were marched through the wilderness and came into a place where a heathen was at. And some were like, okay, no problem. Others were, did give us problems. And some even tried to make war with us. And we see what the Most High did during that time, similar to what the Most High is doing for us in this time, during the time of Judas. Then it says, wherefore Judas commanded a proclamation to be made throughout the host, that every man should pitch his tent in a place where he was. So the soldiers pitched and assaulted the city all that day and all that night, till at the length the city was delivered into his hands, who then slew all the males with the edge of the sword and razed the city, meaning brought it down, right? Remember, raise means two things. Raise means to build something. Raise also means to destroy something, right? Depending on the type of raise that you use. And took the spoils thereof and passed through the city over them that were slain. After this went over they over Jordan into the great plain before Bethsan, and Judas gathered together those that came behind and exhorted all the people all the way through till they came into the land of Judea. So for this here, let's just review this real quick, because what this is going into is what? Rules of engagement, right? The Most High gives us laws, right? How to govern ourselves, but also how to govern ourselves when it concerns other nations, right? When we're at odds with them. So let's get that real quick in Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy chapter 20. I'll start from 10. And I'll read down to 18, and then we'll continue. So Deuteronomy chapter 20 and verse 10. It reads, just to show that Judas was what? Always operating under what the Most High's guidelines, right? He wasn't some warmongering, bloodthirsty, tyrant. But no, he was a ruler, a priest of the highest order that was what? Leading his people to victory, to what? Go according to the Most High's righteousness.
EPHRON. Who's that? In verse 46. Who are these people?
I don't know. Maybe look it up in a Zondervan. Maybe I don't have one here. Let's have the Josephus up here. So this is Deuteronomy 20 and verse 10. It reads, "When thou comest nigh unto a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace unto it." The Most High said, "Proclaim peace unto a city that you fight against." Right? Anytime that you are expanding the government, it says, "And it shall be, if it make the answer of peace and open unto thee, then it shall be that all the people that is found therein shall be tributaries unto thee, and they shall serve thee." Right? In modern terms, I think the term they use for this is like what they call annexation. When a place is annexed, it's like when you take over something without making war with it. People who have rule or charge of the place, they say, "Look, you're a stronger force or a weaker force. We'll take we'll proverbially take the knee. We'll allow you to take over. Just make sure you don't kill us or harm us, right?" And for most rulers, that's what they'll do, right? If they can help it, if they're wise, they'll just have that. That way, it's like the cost of war, right? To go to war with someone, right? That's for any wise ruler, they know from then till now, it'd be very expensive, right? Not only to the people that you take over, but even for yourself. And what you can lose as far as the lives of people, right? And resources going to cost you to go to war can be very expensive unless you're going to get some kind of reward in the end. So it's always the best policy. If you can just get the other country to say, "Okay, fine, we'll just pay you tribute." That we have to go there and destroy, have to rebuild infrastructure and houses and roads, everything else that you probably would destroy had you made war with them, right? You can keep the infrastructure intact and then just have them pay tribute unto you, right? So even in the world, they see that as the best policy, but in the commandments, we're commanded to do this, right? To go this route first and foremost, right? Give them a chance, especially if fear is out there and they see just how powerful we are. Some heathen will do that. So don't be don't just be a tyrant and go, "I want to kill you anyway." Even though you accepted our terms, we're going to kill you anyway. Most I said, don't do that. I think Baquad and then Yalkana. You had your hand up first.
Right. I was saying that also you cannot have a country or establishing yourself as a nation without a standing army. That's necessary. Mm-hmm. That's key. So that's how you see he set up the men and have the men take position. And the key is not to keep fighting forever. But once you get the land, which is the objective for your people, the job of the army now, there's no war. They're supposed to stand in guard to protect the land, right? Protect the land, protect the airspace. In this case, there was no airplane flying over, right? So then there's the army now to protect the land, right? And you didn't need no navy because there wasn't any like big ship, coming in, to invade you, to sea by the sea, So as of right now, it's becoming more dynamic where now you can attack countries by land, by air, or by sea. Mm-hmm. But it's still the same army. Mm-hmm. And now it's being divided into, you have the army, which protects the land, and then now you have the navy, which protect the
coast,
sea, the coast,
mm-hmm.
The borders,
right.
And then you have the air force, which protect your airspace,
right?
So it's become more dynamic because now battle is more is more dynamic, mm-hmm. Where now you got to protect all angles.
Come. More dynamic, but the goal is still the same.
Still the same. More dynamic where they can attack you, by land, I mean by sea, but more so right now, and not what we're observing right now is pretty much land space.
Right. Because the only body water you have maybe is the Jordan, which is there.
Right.
And more inland.
Right.
It would have been land and sea if it was, say, like Joppa, right. Like where the Philistines were on what they today call the West Bank.
Right.
Come.
Yes, it says Ephraim. It says that a Hittite who sold Abraham the field of Machpelah, which contained a cave in which he buried Sarah, his wife.
That's what we're talking about before the service. That same thing. But I'm not sure that's the same Ephron. Is there a second definition? Sometimes more than one. Maybe it's his descendants, maybe? Or a city named after that same figure? Is there like a number 2 or number 3?
Yeah, he says number 2, he says a mountain about 6 miles northwest of Jerusalem,
Mhm.
Joshua 15:9, and a city taken by Jeroboam, by Ahijah, 2 Chronicles 13:19.
And that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So I'm probably leaning towards that second definition because everything that they're fighting for, how far it was from Jerusalem did it say it was?
He says a mountain about 6 miles northwest of Jerusalem.
Okay.
Joshua
That's pretty close.
15:9.
Yeah, it's probably that one because I know they're defending Jerusalem, but they're spreading out to get the heathen that are around about Jerusalem. So it might be that mountain, or that city that's on that mountain. Someone else had the. Is that it? Okay. All right. So back to Deuteronomy 20. I'll read 11 again. I started from 10. Deuteronomy 20 and 11. It shall be if it make thee answer a peace and open unto thee, then it shall be that all the people that is found therein shall be tributaries unto thee, and they shall serve thee. And if it will make no peace with thee, but will make war against thee, then thou shalt besiege it. See? And when Yahweh thy power had delivered it into thine hands, thou shalt smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword. See? So just like we read, Maccabees, right? But the women and the little ones and the cattle and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shalt thou take unto thyself, and thou shalt eat of the spoil of thine enemies, which Yahweh thy power hath given thee. Thus shalt thou do unto all the cities that are very far off from thee, which are not other cities of these nations. So remember that. This wasn't what he said as far as the Canaanites, because this became a thorn in our side when it came to the cities that were in Canaan. Most sides said, no, when it comes to Canaan, and he gave us, borders, right? As far as how far it should go east, west, north, and south, reading like back in Joshua and in parts of Judges. That let us know, okay, this is what I want you to be yours. But for anyone else you may go to war against that's outside of those borders, apply this. When it comes to Canaan, he says this in verse 16. The cities of these people which Yahweh thy power have given thee for an inheritance, thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth. Ooh. Check that out. But thou shalt utterly destroy them, namely the Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, as Yahweh thy power have commanded thee, that they teach you not to do after all their abominations, which they have done unto their gods. So should ye sin against Yahweh your power. See that? So I'll stop there, but you guys get the idea. It says Deuteronomy 20. 10, I stopped at about 18. Just where we see that Judas is pretty much, he's following the Most High's playbook. He's going back to the law. And thank goodness, right? But he should, because he's what? He's a priest, right? He might as well be the high priest at this point, right? Of Israel. Him coming out of the house of Aaron, namely of the family of Joab. So it's back to First Maccabees. First Maccabees chapter 1. Let's continue on. I'm in verse 54 now. It says, so they went up unto Mount Zion with joy and gladness, where they offered burnt offerings, because not one of them were slain until they had returned in peace. Right? So all praises. How awesome, right? From the wage battle, the Most High to be with them, to where their enemies lose all types of casualties, yet they don't sustain one casualty. right? So, that's a miracle in of itself. But it can only happen if what the people are faithful and obedient when it comes to following their power, as we see with Judas and those that went with him. All right. But now reading on in 55, it says, now what time as Judas and Jonathan were in the land of Gilead, and Simon's brother in Galilee, before Ptolemais, Joseph, the son of Zacharias, and Azarias, captains of the garrisons. Here we go. So we read up earlier on in this chapter, he told these men, right, that were like less in command, but he pretty much had them say, look, as we go out here to fight these enemies, right, that are taking over parts of our land, we want you to stay here and just hold down the fort in case they try to attack us while we're gone. Just protect what we have. He said, don't make war with anybody, right? But now we're going to see what happens. It says, Joseph, son of Zacharias, and Azarias, captains of the garrisons, heard of the valiant acts and warlike deeds which they had done. Talking about Judas, Jonathan, and Simon, right? Wherefore they said, let us also get us a name and go fight against the heathen that are round about us. What do you say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? But here's the thing. Can we even say these intentions are good? Because what did Judas tell them? We read earlier on in the chapter. He said, just hold down the fort, protect us while we're gone, right? I'm going to read some verse that you can go into this as far as, getting a name and getting glory, how you're supposed to go about doing that. But we're going to see what happens as they pursue this idea to get a name for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that he wants to get a name for himself, write that in there, he's in violation. He's in violation because the fight, the fight is the Mossad's fight, right? And the people are fighting to get themselves reestablished, to get back to the Mossad. Just fighting to get your name for yourself. Now you put yourself in position, to be honored just for your sake, just for his sake, just so that he can be remembered, for himself, not so much for the cause of the fight.
Exactly. So this is same book. I'm going to go back to this is verse 18, right? Link this with verse 57. So 5:57 with 5 and 18, where it says, so he left Joseph, the son of Zacharias, and Azarias, captains of the people, with the remnant of the host in Judea, to keep it, unto whom he gave commandment, saying, take ye the charge of this people, and see that you make not war against the heathen until the time that we come again. So that was the instruction, right?
He felt less than the fact that those guys did great deed. The temptation came to him. He feels like he got to do something to either outdo him, or so he can be remembered. And that's not, instead of rejoicing in what happened and then keep the commandment that he was given, he felt like he got to do something, right? Because he felt less than. Right. So the spirit of competition just jumped right in.
Now there's times for, what Judas and Simon and Jonathan are doing to be motivated to do things. There's a time for that, right? You can be motivated by someone's example, but this was not one of those situations, right? Where, like we're talking about, he's going above and beyond instead of considering it and going, well, the temptation might have been there to say, okay, the Most High dealing with Judas is a reason why he told me to protect the country. What I'm doing is very important too, right? Because they can't do that unless I'm doing this. Right, that's where the whole team gets in. With the heathen talk about the army of one, right? To where everyone from the 4-star general to the chief, all the way to the chief of staff, all the way down to the lieutenants and sergeants and privates, right? All their roles are important, right? To obtain the victory, to obtain the objective, whatever the army's objective is at that time, or the Navy or the Air Force, whatever military organization it is. Everyone has to follow commands, right? So that everything works out. Like any organization even, right? Like a company, everyone from the CEO down to the janitor, their jobs are important, right? Maybe different magnitudes of importance, but they all need to do what they do in order for the company to run smoothly. Because you may say, "Oh, yeah, the CEO, he's a chief decision maker." Sure, he or she is a chief decision maker of a company. But you come into work the next day, and the toilets are horrible, and the trash cans are filled. You're not going to go back there. You're going to be ready to check out. That if that persists, so it shows you that the maintenance folks, what they do is very important too, because they have to maintain the building where you do your job. So you might say, "Oh, maintenance, janitor, security guard," but he or she is very important too to that organization's functioning properly.
And that alone right there, it shows that it wasn't for the ultimate or the cause of the fight.
Mm-hmm.
It shows right there that he's gonna use the Gentile for his own purpose, for his selfish purpose, because he wants to make a name for himself. So it's not to establish justice right there. It has nothing to do with justice. I'm gonna just let's go fight the Gentiles so we can make a name for ourselves.
So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. 58. So when they had given charge unto the garrison that was with them, they went towards Jamnia. Then came Gorgias and his men out of the city to fight against them. This is another Greek that had power too, but I think towards the other side of Jerusalem. I think this is west of Jerusalem. So it was that Joseph and Azarias were put to flight and pursued unto the borders of Judea, and they were slain that day of the people of Israel, about 2,000 men. So how many folks they brought along for the destruction? Things written aforetime, written for our learning, right? Romans 15:4. Here's a good example of that. It says, "Thus was there great overthrow among the children of Israel, because they were not obedient unto Judas and his brethren, but thought to do some valiant act." So when we talk about matters, right? Past and present, it's what we do and it's why we do it, right? You have to know both in order to really understand the situation, to know, okay, because this has gone another way. But oftentimes we're only working with one of those equations, right? Usually working with the what people do, right? But the why they do what they do, or why they say what they say, unless you understand that, the motivational incentive behind why people say and do, as far as their words and deeds, you really can't understand the situation to know how to learn from it and how to do better the next time. If you're only dealing with just the what as opposed to the why, you're still shooting in the dark.
This was disobedience right there to the Most High, because Judas is working with the Spirit. So his decision making is by the Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
So if he gave an order, they looking at him instead of the message in the Spirit that's on him, that give him the message to give to him. So by him going against it, it's almost like you go against the Most High. You disobey.
Yeah.
And there's consequences that comes with it, even if you have to die. That's exactly what happened right there.
Check this out. As you read on, look what else it says. It says, 62. Moreover, these men came not of the seed of those by whose hand deliverance was given unto Israel. Howbeit, the man Judas and his brethren were greatly renowned in the sight of all Israel, and of all the heathen, whethersoever their name was heard of, insomuch as the people assembled unto them with joyful acclamations. Right? So Mosiah is dealing with him and his family, right? His seed, his line, right? He was dealing with them in particular to what? Carry this out at this time, right? So, like how we say even today, I was born for this. Were you born for this, right? Or people, make the joke, I was born. Are you ready? Now I was born ready. You hear people say that right before, some sort of big game or something they got to do, right? They say, I'm born ready. So sometimes you're just born to carry on a certain mission, to be a certain person, right? To affect a certain change, right? That's just who you were meant to be. So that's how the Most High deals with us as a nation, but also very specifically when it comes to different tribes and different people within different tribes. But as far as one getting their own glory, right? You can link this with verse 61. This is Proverbs. Proverbs 25. I think I read this before, but not too long ago. Proverbs 25 and 27. So focus more so on the second precept, but the whole verse is good. So it's Proverbs 25 and 27. It says, "It is not good to eat much honey. So for men to search their own glory is not glory." See that?
Yeah.
It's kind of making a comparison of, overindulgence, right? When it comes to, in this case, just using honey as an example. You don't want to, as they say, OD, overdose, overdo it, right? To search for your own glory.
Right.
It's not glory. And we see an example here of them not following this proverb.
Honey is good, but honey can kill you.
Right.
Like you said, if you overdo it.
Honey can make you sick. Yeah. I know Samak always brings that up, right? He said you could drink too much water, right? Because you would say, water's always, does a body good. You can kill yourself with water, you're right.
You can't take your own glory or try to steal somebody's glory. That glory was for Judas. You can't, look at somebody, wait for your own turn, and do what you do with the ability the Most High give you, right? To work and exercise, and then let the Most High honor you for your good work. Instead of saying, man, you did this, man, let me see what I can do. This guy thinks something. Let me show him something.
Yeah,
that's a heavy spirit, though.
It takes me back to Korah. Remember Korah, the Levite? And I think Dathan, I think he was Reuben, I forget. I think he's Reubenite, but how they led a rebellion in the wilderness. They said, Moses, you taking too much on you. Who made you to be, a leader or whatever? He's like, come on, guys, go back to Egypt. It says that Moses and Aaron, they rent their clothes. Like, oh my God, Lord. It's never enough for these people. And then, you saw what happened to that. Moses had the earth open up, swallow up Korah and all them people that try to rebel against Moses. It's like, oh
God. And a lot of this, and a lot of people, even in this settings, they pretty much get into that same mode where they get tempted. Like somebody come in and say, yeah, I'm successful, and I do this, I do that. They say, oh man, I gotta follow this guy. I'm gonna try to do what he do. They gotta be careful with that, because not everything that somebody does that you can do, right? Because the Most High give you your own talent, your own ability, your capacity. Don't be a follower of that person. Just find in yourself what the Most High created you to be, and then follow. If you follow somebody else and trying to outdo it, you end up, mess yourself up, and then you're gonna say, man, this thing don't work. It worked for him. That was his thing.
Right.
It don't work for you because that's not your calling. That's not your ability.
Take the fruit of the spirit that person exercised,
right,
and incorporate those.
Apply it to your own thing, your own capacity,
right,
and do it. You may have been that the same thing but don't try to use this guy as a model.
Right.
The only model we should have is Christ.
Exactly. Right. Be the best in your own way.
Yep.
With your own gifts. Use their motivation to motivate you. And I'm not use a carnal example. I remember looking at the behind the scenes. I see your hand, Masha. Behind the scenes on you guys remember Trading Places back in the day with Eddie Murphy? And you always have this, right? With whoever the next top athlete, comedian, singer, whatever. If they remind you anything of someone who's already kind of done that thing too, you're going to be constantly compared to that person in the media, right? So Eddie Murphy was like the new kid on the block at that time, right? When Trading Places first came out. And as usual, I remember watching the deleted scenes of the special scenes of Trading Places, that movie that came out. And the guy's asking them about Richard Pryor. What do you think about Richard Pryor? He's like, is that your idol? Do you idolize him? He loves their idols. And Eddie's response was real clever. I thought it was clever. It was on point the way he responded. He said, well, he said, Richard Pryor is, a dear friend of mine. He's dear to my heart. He says, but I wouldn't say that I idolize him. He's like, what I do when I study Richard, he said, I look at the response he gets from the crowd when he does his routines. I study the response he gets from the crowd. He says, I try to get a similar response from the crowd, but do it in my own way. you kind of hear the interviewer kind of like stumble over their words before they went to the next question. But the way he answered was just like smooth, because they wouldn't just be like either to say yes, he's my idol, or what they really like, man, f that, so and so, he ain't nobody. I'm the man, he's yesterday's news. They love that. But that's one thing, for he's not he's not anywhere righteous. He's got his wickedness. But I can give Eddie his props on the way he does things, as far as like he'll try to incorporate everybody, try to bring everybody on board. Like you kind of saw him do that with what was it, the Harlem Nights movie. He brought on like all the generations that came before him, right? As far as comedy and like that one movie, and he kind of did it recently too with the I still haven't seen the Dolomite movie he did. My Name is Dolomite, I think it's called. I still haven't seen that, but and they try to do that same thing with that, where incorporating the talent that came before him or that came up with him in different arenas, try to make sure everybody gets to eat, gets to be a part. And I could even say, even though I'm not his biggest fan, but I can give props to Kevin Hart for doing that too, right? As far as giving folks a leg up, giving folks an opportunity, for whatever he's got going on, since he's kind of like the new guy now when it comes to that arena. But unfortunately, you weigh that all in the balance. There's more wickedness to righteousness when it comes to comedy and stand up and all that kind of stuff. But not to. I just want to make that one example of what he said about Richard Pryor. It kind of mirrors what we're talking about now, where it's like it's not something I'm trying to be him. I'm trying to be my own man, but be inspired by the results that he got, but try to get them in my own way, like you were saying, Khan, using my own skill set to get the same kind of result.
I was gonna say that because as they say, if you want to be successful in something, and whatever field you in, you want to be successful in. There's other people that came before you that was successful in that same field, and you probably could just model what they did. Well, as I said, just follow what he did, or she did, to become successful, whatever field you in. I mean, to a certain degree, that's true. Like I was saying that our biggest model is Christ. That's who we should model everything after. We should model everything after Christ. That is true. But at the same time, like I said, if you whatever craft you in, say like for example, a couple of examples that you use. Even say somebody like Michael Jordan want to be like Mike. Once the guys play basketball, they want to get to the level of Mike. So they try to say, "Oh, Mike did it this way, that." Not that he's a righteous guy, but his craft. He studied his craft. He became who he is in that craft. But you just modeling not the man Michael Jordan, but how he played the game Michael Jordan.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's the line we have to like try to make sure we title those lines where we're not trying to idolize a person because they were great at that field and you're in the same field, and you want to be like, idolize everything that they do. You got to stay away from that idol aspect of it. Just focus on, okay, what did he do? He did this. Okay, I could do that. I could apply that to,
right.
And follow the same set of those. I think that's the key difference. We have to make sure we put this into balance.
Come. Hashemi Ram and then Falconer.
Yeah, just wanted to say it's like Hannibal was a military leader,
right?
And to this day, the nation still study what he's done.
Come. He's talking about, for folks that don't know, he's talking about Hannibal Barca, right? The guy who fought against him got the whole continent of Africa named after him. That eventually beat him. But you're right, Hannibal Barca, son of Hamilcar, he still is, like you said, studied at West Point and all the top military schools, even to this day. A Carthaginian, which going to the Carthaginians, they were actually Hebrews that lived in North Africa at that time.
Even Hannibal, what they call him, they tortured him, and he's like begging them to kill him. And then they tortured him. But I want to read this in Acts. Acts chapter 5, verse 35. And said unto them, ye men of Israel, take heed to yourselves what ye intend to do as touching these men. For before these days rose up, Judas boasted himself to be somebody, to whom a number of men, about 400, joined themselves, who were slain, and all as many as obeyed him were scattered and brought to naught. Verse 37. After this man rose up, Judas of Galilee, in the day of the taxing, and drew away much people after him. He also perished, and all, even as many as obeyed him, were dispersed. Yeah, let me read 38. And now I say unto you, refrain from these men, and let them alone, for if this counsel or this work be of men, it will come to naught. Verse 39. But if it be of God, ye cannot overthrow it, lest happily ye be found even to fight against God.
Want to add anything else to that, or
No, that's
okay? So the context for what he's reading is Gamaliel, right? Who was the Pharisee who taught Paul, right? He gave wise counsel when it concerned the disciples who were teaching Christ, where he said, "Look, you guys trying to persecute these guys, you don't like what they're teaching. If they're of God, you better stand out of the way. Otherwise, you're going to fall down yourself." Right? I think towards the end it says they still beat them and told them don't teach Christ anymore, which is kind of messed up. But that man Gamaliel, right, who had a reputation, right? He gave a wise counsel in that book of Acts as far as going against the disciples. He said, like pretty much what you just read. If you fight against them, it's like you're fighting against the Most High. You try to come against them.
Right. And also in Romans 15:4, whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, right? So also Paul said, follow me. But the next a few words is follow me as I follow Christ. So you can follow.
So 1 Corinthians 11:1.
Right. As long as the root of that person is Christ. That's the key. If there's righteousness in what the person does, you can always connect it to Christ, because all good things from Yahweh to begin with. That's why if somebody doing something, you got to see what he's doing and say, nah, that's not like Christ. I'm not doing that. But this thing that he did is cool, because that's some good thing. You're not following the person, but you're following the Christ aspect, right, or the example of what Christ would do that you don't.
Right.
That would keep you away from following man and focus on Christ.
Message.
That is in reference to verse 57.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
It's you gotta find the right balance. For example, somebody may say something today that sounds great, and you can trace it in the scriptures, and that's some good wise saying. That same person may say some wicked stuff tomorrow.
Right. Exactly.
If you see that person say, man, I can't believe he said that. You remember that's a man.
Right.
What he said yesterday was true, but what he said today is wicked as hell.
Exactly.
So you don't focus on the man, you focus on what because that's why, as of right now, we don't have the spirit staying in us, because our mind is corrupted. That's why we say stay in the spirit. The spirit jump in and out.
Right.
Because whenever there's deceit, the spirit just flee. Flee deceit.
Unclean spirit. Not. Can I come in?
Right. The spirit always flee wherever there's deceit. That's why I said, man, the spirit jumped on them. Yeah. So that's why you gotta always be mindful when somebody's in the wicked spirit and in the right spirit, because when from the beginning Adam has it all in him all the time, right? That's why you try to stay righteous as much as you possibly can, so the spirit can stay with you. Because as soon as you start going up, the spirit is gone. Yeah.
I thought someone else had their hand up. No. Okay. Sorry. I thought I saw someone else had their hand. I want to read this. This is what I was talking about in Numbers, just the top part. This is Numbers 16 in verse 1. one of the little things written before time, right? Now, Korah, the son of Izar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, on the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took men, and they arose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation, men of renown. So these guys had a name amongst Israel in the wilderness, right? As far as, those that came out of Egypt. They gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron and said unto them, "You take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Wherefore then lift you up yourselves above the congregation of Yahweh." And when Moses heard it, he fell upon his face. So it's just like, we're all holy. What makes you so special? It's just like, oh God, here we go. Here we go, right? He spake unto Korah and to all his company, saying, "Even tomorrow Yahweh will show who are his and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him, even him whom he hath chosen will he cause to come near unto him. This do," and he tells him pretty much what to do after that. But you read the rest of the chapter, the Most High does away with this attempted coup. Right now, not to say what's going on in Maccabees is coup level, but the premise is pretty much the same. You're taking on more than what's been given you. There's a reason why the Most High is dealing with Moses and Aaron, right? So, and it's ironic that it's the same family, right? Just different time periods. It's the same sons of Aaron.
Right. It's like people trying to put the Bible in the box.
What we just did right now with him, it's psychoanalysis.
Mm-hmm.
Try to analyze what's going on to this guy head,
Mm-hmm.
at the time he make the decision, based on what he's saying right there.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a hater. I mean, that's what we call it these days. Yeah, this good hate. Most like y'all. Tell Aaron, y'all. The crowd hate on us, man. Straight hate. Hate his own brother, y'all.
Oh man. Okay, look at it.
Trying to come up, trying to hold it down. I mean, you better see the conversation went down like that between him and Aaron. Like, yo, man, all right. You see, I holler at the Most High. We see what he's gonna do. All right.
The word of the Most High is so complete. There's everything you can possibly find in on economy, psychology, psychoanalysis. You find all that in there. Everything is right there. You name it, it's right there. So it's a complete kingdom book.
Just the role of being a judge, not just a priest, but like a judge or a king. It entails all that, right? From a priest, scripture says the priest lives to keep knowledge. So that's our communication. That's your, rhetoric, if you will. Because all rhetoric isn't bad, right? It's all about to what end you're trying to motivate someone to go. If it's towards a righteous end, that's good. So rhetoric in of itself isn't bad. Then you have the king's role, which is a judge, where it's decision making. So it's your words, but it's also your deeds too, which goes back to what we were saying before. It's what we do, it's how we go about doing it, but it's also why we do it. Right? That's what the psychoanalysis part of it, right? What's the motivational incentive behind why you said that, why you did that, right? That's what's key to understanding, okay, how to deal with matters, whether it be small matters or great matters, right? But simple premise, but it can get involved depending on the matter you're dealing with. But all in all, that's the framework for understanding a matter. And looking at yourself, looking at our nation that's in the truth, our nation is not in the truth, and the other nations that are out there. When it comes to decision making, they make every day, from little quote unquote peons, right, to people that are in heads of companies, countries, their decision making, right, and their words, right, their words and their deeds, the communication, their decision making. That's what makes them who they are, right, for good or for evil. And by understanding that, we can see what their future will be as well, whether it's us or them, whether they're going to maintain their power or they're going to lose their power eventually. Yes, indeed. But yeah, that was just the top part of Numbers 16. I'm gonna read down to verse 11, and I'll stop there, and we'll keep going to Maccabees. It says, This dude, take ye censers, Korah, and all his company, and put fire therein, and put incense in them before Yahweh tomorrow. It shall be that the man whom Yahweh doth choose, he shall be holy. Ye take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi. And Moses said unto Korah, Hear, I pray you, ye sons of Levi. Seemeth it but a small thing unto you that the power of Israel have separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to himself, to do the service of the tabernacle of Yahweh, and to stand before the congregation to minister unto them? And he have brought thee near to him, and all thy brethren, the sons of Levi, with thee. And seek ye the priesthood also? For which cause both thou and all thy company are gathered together against Yahweh. And what is Aaron that ye murmur against him? Right? So it's almost like an insult to injury. Like, Korah, look, you come out of Kohath, right? Like, not only are you a Levite, you come out of Kohath out of Levi, right? So it's like within Levi, there's tiers, right? As far as power, position, right? How you've been set apart. So he's like checking him, like, look, he's even looking at what you got, right? Like even the name Levi, right? We know it's interesting how the spirit overshadowed Jacob's wives when they named the tribes, how their names will take on a meaning for the in of itself later on, right? Leah named her third born Levi because she said, now I'll be joined to my husband, right? Because she knew that he liked her sister more than her, right? But then that name joined will take on another meaning much later on the time of Moses, as far as what? That tribe of Levi being joined into the Most High. Them not having an inheritance, but them pretty much being scattered around all the inheritance. All the tribes will have a place they can go to, a city that they can go to where they can find Levites to talk to get counsel, to get advice, to get, So it's like, Korah, this is your heritage already. But still, you want Aaron's spot. You want my spot. Like it wasn't enough just to be of the sons of Levi, of the house of Kohath. It's like, you could even settle on that. Like everyone doesn't even have that, but still you want to act like you're the high priest,
It's, a tough thing because even towards the end, it's about doing the work and not make too much of your position while you respect the office that you in. Right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Because everybody's working for the same purpose. It's just that somebody put in a position to do some work. But all in all, even the regular people, they should still be considered the same because we all go in the same place. But when, like he's saying, when you take your position, you got to perform it seriously because there's how you should do it. And there's a prescribed way to do it, but it's all have the same purpose. Right, to look at somebody else and say, "Man, why is he in that position?" That's not right.
Right.
Yeah, just want to say like what Brother Bakar was bringing up last night. If everything belongs to the Most High. It's all one goal.
Right.
To do the will of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about individualism. Each of us have our own role or part that we must do. As you were reading earlier, when you told them to stay and change, and the brothers just took it on their own to do whatever, their own destruction.
Mm-hmm. Come.
Where you reading?
Numbers 16. I read from 1 down to 11, but you can read the whole chapter. It goes to the rest of the story.
Number 16?
Yeah.
1 all the way down?
No, I stopped at 11.
Well, 1 to 11, man.
Just to get the premise of them trying to be on Moses and Aaron's level. Them trying to get their own glory. Trying to say, what did he say? He literally said, "You're not the only ones that are holy. We're all holy here, man." like we don't know that already. Like we don't know Israel's a holy people.
Continue from 20 to 22. You get the conclusion of the matter.
Cut. Right. So yeah, it's just the reasoning, right? What you're saying and why you're saying is just, Korah, stop while you're ahead, bro. But hey, like Christ said, they shall have their reward. He got his reward, and all those that are with him. But for us, the other nations, we see it, right? They get somebody in charge, right? That they elect, or that gets there for some reason or another, and then you got a coup, which could come from inside, could come from outside forces too, right? You always hear about the attempted coup d'état, right? To get somebody out of power for one reason or another, right? So we're no different.
Some people will sabotage you. They won't make any effort because you're in position. I ain't doing that.
Mhm.
Even though you can help out, you can give them some advice or something. Just because it's not you in that position, then I ain't gonna work. I'm gonna wait until they put me in position. You're gonna get all the credit.
Hey, can you help me with this, that, and the third? You're pretty good at that. I'm not the guy. I don't know about that. It's like, oh, really? Like you were saying, hater.
That's the problem with Israel now. You know what I mean? Israel
Period.
camps, all that. You know what I'm saying? It's always the drama, extra. For what?
Yeah. I mean, we're getting the review right here, right? Like you brothers are bringing out. It should be about the Most High. It should always be about Christ. Paul did it in Corinthians, right? I think we were talking about that last time with the elder, right? This man says, I'm of Cephas. This man says, I'm of Apollos. I'm of this person, right? Because the church in Corinth, Paul had to check him on that back then. I'm under this person. I'm under that person. He's like, I'm glad I didn't teach any of you. I didn't bring any of y'all into the truth. But the other brother, Gaius, I'm glad he brought you in, right? Because he knew they were going to go too far with it. Yeah, I'm under Paul, so I'm special. It's like,
Well, it's the same thing you just mentioned about the other camps. Is that one camp say, oh, most sides want to deal with this camp.
mm-hmm.
Most sides want to deal with that camp.
Mm-hmm.
Most sides want to deal with this camp. No, if you're not with this camp, you're not with the most side. You don't have the truth. And I'm like, really? I mean, this is the same thing we're reading right here. It's just like that Korah spirit.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not about, oh, we think I can't because we got more people, because we got more likes on social media, because we got more people in our group and X, Y, and Z. We look better, we got better videos than you. You know what I mean? It's like we losing, we going into the world, but we saying we're in the truth, but we're doing the same nonsense that the world is doing.
Right. Clout chasing.
Oh, First Kings 2:15. Adonijah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Romans 15:4 time. All right, I like it.
First Kings 2:15. And it said, don't know is that the kingdom was mine, and that all Israel set their faces on me, that I should reign. Howbeit the kingdom is turned about, and it's become my brother's, for it was his from the Lord. Right? And now I ask one petition of thee, deny me not. And she said unto him, say on. And he said, speak, I pray thee, unto Solomon the king, for he will not say nay, say thee nay. And he gave me that he give me Abishag the Shulamite to wife. And Bathsheba said, well, I will speak for thee unto the king. Bathsheba therefore went unto King Solomon to speak unto him for Adonijah, and the king rose up to meet her and bowed himself unto her and sat down on his throne and caused a seat to be set for the king's mother, and she sat on his right hand. Then she said, I desire one small petition of thee, I pray thee, say me not nay. And the king said unto her, ask on my mother, for I will not say thee nay. And she said, let Abishag the Shulamite be given to Adonijah thy brother to wife. And King Solomon answered and said unto his mother, and why dost thou ask Abishag the Shunammite for Adonijah, ask for him the kingdom also, for he is mine elder brother, even for him, and for Abiathar the priest, and for Joab the son of Zuriah. Zeruiah.
Zeruiah, right?
Zeruiah, yeah. So he knows that the kingdom was Solomon, but he wants,
Yeah,
he wants this.
right. There's more context when you read above and below, but for folks that don't know,
Yeah.
this Abishag, you know who she was, right?
King David woman, the last woman that kept him warm.
Right. So when he was an old man and he couldn't keep body heat, she was like she slept in bed with him, but he said he didn't know her, but she slept in the bed with him to keep him warm, right? His latter years. And then there was a story in around this too, where it was like they had some kind of train, like some kind of procession, with Adonijah being paraded out as if he was the new king. That's when the word got back to Solomon, like, yo, your brother Adonijah's wilding out, he's trying to act like he's the king now. So there's more to that, but once again, it's the same thing. It's like it's not for you, bro. Solomon's got it, not you.
King David heard about it though.
Oh yeah, because he's one that gave Solomon the final marching orders. He said he wants to do that. Deal with him. Deal with Joab, right? My general, because of his wickedness, what he got going on. And you read about them holding on to the altar burnt offering, right? Because you hold on to the altar. It's like bass. You play a free stack bass. Can't get me. I'm on bass. He said the guy was sitting there with the sword. It's like you'll let go eventually. You can't hold on forever.
But remember, he said, "Oh, but he's doing this." He went back to King Solomon. Remember?
What we talking about? Joab or?
I think if I remember, he went back to King Solomon and said he's in temple or whatever. I'm just saying, said fall him,
You talking about Joab, right?
That was Joab.
Yeah, Joab was holding on to the.
And then went back to Solomon and said, "Oh, he's in he's on."
And they told him right, and then he was like, "Fall on this cat." Because Joab, while he was a great warrior, but he's a little too bloodthirsty. And you go back and we're going to go through that, you guys. If you guys don't know already, when we go through Samuel's and the Sabbath service, we'll get all those stories in First and Second Samuel because it gets juicy. It gets real juicy. And Romans 15:4 is like the banner we wave, because if you look at these stories, you have to look at this and go, "Wow, okay, that was us, that is us," because we don't know. One of us could be Joab. One of us could be Adonijah, Even if we're not them specifically in Judah, you'll follow that same course and make those same mistakes if you're not careful, right? So these men and women are us, right? We are them. They are us. And we make the same mistakes now, just how bad is it? We got all these records to look at and to reflect on to do better.
That woman is almost like, we say, King David, that's like his stepmother, It's not really officially his stepmother, but that woman is like almost like that.
Which woman?
The Shunammite woman that kept David warm, like he wants for wife.
Stepmom? No, that was like his. Even though they didn't know her, it was almost as if she was his wife. She was like a young maiden.
It almost be like Adonijah's stepmom.
Oh, to him. Okay,
Yeah.
I see what you mean.
Like his stepmom.
You made it sound like it was David's stepmom. That's why I was like, wow.
No, not David's stepmom. Like Adonijah's stepmom.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's like you want her, like, no.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you do a little too much. You need to relax with that. That's like makes you think almost like a Reuben a little bit, right?
Oh man, no.
But he went all the way though. Jesus.
Yeah.
Big brother Reuben, man.
Oh man.
But does someone else have their hand up before we continue on?
I was gonna say that's why even brothers have to be reminded. They have to be reminded. They may forget that it's Christ's show, and then we reign through Christ. And without Christ, we would not have had a kingdom, because we had a chance to rule while Christ wasn't on the scene. We wouldn't be able. We weren't able to do it all the way. That's why he had to come and show us how it's supposed to be done.
Mm-hmm.
So it gotta be his thing first, him first, and then we roll with him. Sometimes brothers make it seem like it's their show.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And we always use examples when the disciples themselves, they did that, right? We saw a man casting out devils in your name. We forbade him.
Yeah, same spirit back then. Yeah.
Christ said, look, if anyone's not against, if they're not against us for what we're teaching, they're for us. If he's teaching the truth, he's not with your immediate group, let him be. That's my spirit on him. Let him go.
Okay, one more. If you want to read about certain leaders, you can read 2nd Ezra 1:38 to 40. And Micah 5:4 to 5. Is a whole list.
A whole list, you said?
Yeah, in 2nd Ezra, 2nd Ezra 1 to 38. And it says, now, brother, behold, what glory and see the people that come in from the east, unto whom I will give for leaders Abram, Isaac, Jacob, Hosea, Amos, Micah, Joel, Adias, Obadiah, Jonas, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zechariah, Malachi, so on and so forth, right? So it's like we don't know. Even with these names, we don't know who they are in the earth right now.
Uh-huh.
So we can't say this and that and that and that. They could be anywhere, any camp, anywhere.
Yeah, and it's ironic too, him living the time that he did, that he actually named all what they call the minor prophets in this list, right? The quote unquote minor prophets of the Old Testament, right? The letters. That's pretty much what he went through there, that list.
We don't know who they are right now.
Right. Just like John the Baptist didn't know he was Elijah. But his works showed forth that he was a righteous man, even whether or not Christ told them or not who he was, right? Whether the angel told his father Zacharias who he would be, right? He was going to be that man because that's who he was. That's what 1 Corinthians 14 and 32 tells us. It tells us the spirit of the prophets is subject to the prophets. So if you were righteous before, you're going to be righteous in this time too, right? When you come back, you might become better, hopefully, right? You might have the same vices too, but you're still going to be that righteous brother or sister if that's who you were before in times past. So it shouldn't be a thing of, yeah, I'm this person, yeah, I'm that person, like we saw with the school in the 90s, right? Before all the splits happened, but they started doing what the heathen do as far as they call the apostolic succession, right? Like the apostolic church gets into that whole thing where it's just like, yes, it fell from Peter now to this person. And the Catholic Church does that too with the Pope. The Pope's supposed to be like the continuation of Peter's office, right? Every Pope they have is supposed to be like Peter on earth, Yes, he's a spiritual descendant of Peter. We won't say physical, we'll say spiritual. But it's just like, let your righteousness speak for itself. Let that speak on who you are, right? Regardless of whoever you were. That's the right idea. But, brothers did that in the 90s. Well, he's Moses. Now. Oh, he's David. Now. David came back. Oh, these brothers here, these guys are the 12 disciples. He's Matthew. Oh, he's Peter. That's Andrew, his brother. See, we're the 12 disciples. We're now sitting on 12 thrones. They want to set the 12 thrones up right now that Christ talked about, but those thrones will be set up in the kingdom. Let your actions show forth you're one of those 12 disciples. Let your actions show forth that you're King David. Let your actions show forth that you're one of the prophets of old, right? Whoever it may be. Your actions will show that. And what you overcome will show that, regardless if you take it on that name. That's why you look at John the Baptist, he's a perfect example of how to be. If you are somebody, he wasn't running around talking about, yeah, I'm Elijah. You know who I am? I was caught up in the heaven. It's like, he didn't do that. But we saw his righteousness even when he came as John, right? Different man, right? Same spirit. All right, so let's go back.
Where's it at?
Oh, 65. First Maccabees 5:65. And let me make sure. Make sure we're good on time. Afterward went Judas forth with his brethren and fought against the children of Esau in the land toward the south, where he smote Hebron and the towns thereof, and pulled down a fortress of it, and burnt the towns thereof round about. So first they were fighting northward and eastward. Now I got to take care of the south side, right? And like we read about earlier, them going against Esau earlier on in this chapter, right? And you know, Hebron, that's a key city for Judah, right? That was actually David's capital before he became king over all Israel. You're going to Hebron and the history behind that. So that's a significant place to recapture for us. Verse 66, from thence he removed to go into the land of the Philistines. And that's the Philistines are where? Towards the west. That's what the Israelis, so-called Jews, call the West Bank today, right? That's where the Philistines, they were situated on that side, right? And passed through Samaria, which was northward. At that time, certain priests, desirous to show their valor, were slain in battle, for that they went out to fight unadvisedly. Once again, Proverbs 25:27. So is too much honey is a bad thing, right? Searching for your own glory, it's not glory. Here it is again, just like we read before for verse 61. So Judas turned to Azotus in the land of the Philistines, and when he had pulled down their altars and burned their carved images with fire, spoiled their cities, he returned into the land of Judea, right? So I had to take those out. That old sworn enemy, right? That old sworn sparring partner we've had, you know, throughout the ages, right? Those Philistines, right? Which we know they come out of the same family as Mizraim, right? So what we call the Egyptians today, or in the Hebrew, Matazarian, right? We had to fight against the Palashathium, or the Philistines. So yeah, one of our sworn enemies. We had plenty of enemies, but like the Philistines, like those ones you always hear about Israel going head toe to toe with during different histories, for different times in history.
That reminds me of those the scripture that said, "Work on wars among you." Isn't it because of your desires?
Mm-hmm.
Like these guys in verse 67.
It's a good link.
Yeah, desires is that make people do a lot of crazy things.
Con, the wars with yourself first, right? Before it's with anybody, anything around you. We talk about the powers outside of us, right? Money, resources like plants, animals, minerals, land, water, people. But then you have to go inward after that, which is power over your body, power over your soul, which is your mind, and then power over your spirit. Right. So we're kind of compelled to get power inwardly first. Whereas the heathen, they go for it outwardly. Then after they get everything outwardly and defile themselves in the process, then they go, oh, now it's time to, go sit on my mountain and meditate. After they done, gotten all the spoils of war and then raped, robbed, and murdered, right? Did all the worst. After they get all the wealth and physical riches, then they go, oh, now it's time to go to the mountain and ascend. Right? It's like you already defiled at this point, right? All the savage you did to get what you got. Whereas the Most High is like, not for my people. I'm going to have you guys get yourself spiritually first. I'm going to prove you as far as my commandments, my fruit of the Spirit. I'm going to give you a little bit, say you do with it. Well, you can't handle that? Okay, you're going to stay right there. Once you figure that level out, okay, and then I'm going to bless you a little bit more. Then a little bit more after that. Then a little bit more after that. And even for some of us that can handle more, he still may not give us more just because. And it's a place of appreciation to see if we're that humble to even take that. To where then it's like when the kingdom comes, then it's like, okay, now, open game. But yeah, he's proven us as far as having that which matters most, which is our soul. Whereas the other nations, they don't have to have their soul, but they're allowed to, like we said before, do the worst to get fame, wealth, riches, right? Whereas with us, we'll get it before a limited time. Even if we sell out and act like them to do it, you'll see examples where we see in the media all the time where our shining stars in this world, the Most High will allow the heathen to pull the rug from under them. Because I'm going to let the heathen go ahead doing that, but not you. That's what they'll say. Oh, they want to punish Michael Jackson. They want to punish Bill Cosby. They want to punish R. Kelly. They want to punish, what do you say, y'all? Kind of all our famous runners, singers, dancers, and players, right?
Yeah, run, dance, sing, and play.
They want to punish our famous run, sing, dance, and play. Is that an acronym? RSDPs. They want to punish all of our people. They got runners, singers, dancers, and players. Esau. How come they don't get in trouble for the same thing? And Esau has to, level it out by throwing a couple of theirs to the wolves, for doing the same, crimes. But when it comes to us, it's like you never get out scot-free. And so we just cross our fingers, right, for who our favorite runners, singers, and dancers and players are, right? For brothers and sisters alike, but especially the brothers, because it's like, oh man, he's doing too much. He's got too much fame. He's the sexiest man of the year. He's worth $100 million. He's in this blockbuster movie with all these people, whatever it is, right? His album went triple platinum, quadruple platinum. You're just waiting for the case. You're waiting for, the drama. It's like, oh, him too. Oh, we can't have nobody, right? They got to corrupt everyone. But it's like, the truth is they were already corrupt. They were already walking Esau's path and the heathen's path.
That's what I was going to say. No one is corrupt. They corrupt from within.
Mm-hmm.
On the outside, you cannot see their desire. And then they want people to feel sympathetic to their situation. But all in all, they were already corrupt.
Right. Yep.
The seed of corruption was already in their mind.
Then you'll have, I know some of y'all watch the Boondocks, right? They had an episode highlighting that the Free R. Kelly episode where Huey was like the voice of reason. And Riley was the one who was like, had his back, But that episode, like I said, was it's a satire, but it brought some good points where it's just like, how do you respect the persons pretty much of the mighty? The people you like listening to, the people you like in movies. Like you said, the people you love that you watch, you love to watch them run, sing, dance, and play so well. But does that, allow them to escape judgment for wickedness that they've done, right? And with Esau, it really needs to be weighed in the balance because, sure, their wickedness definitely exceeds ours. But then when it comes to their own people, they have mercy, right? Their courts have mercy on them. They just give them, a little tap, tap, tap. Or we just do a little, oh, we didn't see that, Oh, we didn't hear that. Like those three monkeys, They give them a pass. And we say, oh, we can play that game too. We're on a different contract. Our contract goes to the supreme being. So any power any power you think you have with this beast, it's going to be short-lived. And the verse you quoted earlier, Kahan, that's James, right? James, I think it's chapter 5. Let me see. Oh, I'm 1 John. What in the world? Yeah, James. No, that's good too. James 4. There we go. James 4, 1 down to about 4. Where it says, from whence cometh wars and fightings among you? Come they not hence even of your lusts that war in your members? Right? It's one of our 3 main temptations, right? The seed that fell amongst the thorns, is according to the parable of the sower and the seed, right? And remember, you have lawful lusts or desires, right? Which you can have, but you can't have too much or too little of them, right? Then you have lusts that are just totally unnatural, that is wicked through and through. Like the need to sleep, the need to rest, that's a lust. Just like the need to eat. Those aren't wicked, but they can become wicked, right? If you oversleep, right? If you get, as they say, 4 to 8 hours, right? Depending on, how you can function. But anytime you go over 8 hours, right? Whenever you sleep, you may work at night, you may work during the day, depending on what you do. But you get too much sleep. Now it's like you just become like, a dullard, right? Same thing with eating, right? You want to eat to nourish your flesh, but you want to make sure you fast every now and then, right? And you want to make sure you don't overindulge on foods, even foods that are lawful, right? Yeah, chicken's lawful, but you don't want to do too much chicken. Like you made a comment earlier, which I know Khan Samak always makes the joke about water, right? Water is lawful, but you can overdo water, right? If you're not careful, right? You need to drink, the amount according to your body weight, right? Don't overdo it. It says in verse 2, ye lust and have not. Ye kill and desire to have and cannot obtain. You fight in war, yet ye have not, because ye ask not. You didn't go to the Most High for what you wanted before you went about and got it. Because you knew if you went to him, you had to go about it a certain way. Like we see Judas. He went about things a certain way. Before he set out to go battle, he went to the Most High and prayed and made sure that what him and his people were doing was according to the commandments. Like we read earlier, Deuteronomy 20, when it came to how you engage in war with other nations. There's laws even going to that to make sure it was righteous. It says, ye have not because ye ask not. Then it says in verse 3, ye ask and receive not because ye ask amiss. When you do come to me finally and say, oh God, can I please? Oh Christ, can you please help me with this? Can I please have? He says, you still don't get it because ye ask amiss that you may consume it upon your lust. So you're not even thinking about what you're asking for. You're just in the moment, in your flesh, just saying, most I give me this. So you're sitting down and thinking, okay, what am I really asking for? It's like the thing we always talk about. We talk about physical gifts, right? With physical gifts, you can do well. With spiritual gifts, you can do even better, right? Physical gift. Most High bless me with $100,000. Spiritual gift. Most High bless me with the diligence, the patience, the obedience, right? All the fruits of the spirit that I need to deal with this $100,000 properly. It's like Solomon. Lord, don't give me all the riches in the world. I just want an understanding heart that I can judge your people the right way. See, when you go after the spiritual things of God, the Most High, and you take those things on, the Most High will be more than willing to give you those physical things that everyone seeks. But it's only until you in your heart of hearts really know that those things will be better off for you when you go to ask them. Not just, you give me spiritual gifts, because he knows in your heart, you're not really asking for spiritual gifts. You're just saying that because, it's the right thing to say. Because all you care about is what the physical blessing you're going to get from it, as opposed to the spiritual benefit that comes with having those spiritual gifts, how it's going to benefit you and others that depend upon you, or that you have care over. So that's what this is pointing at, right? Folks that are down here instead of being up here when it comes to how they seek God. It kind of parallels also being of a contrite spirit versus an upright spirit, right? A contrite spirit is when you do the right thing out of a sense of duty. But being an upright spirit, attrition versus contrition, is doing the right thing out of a fear of punishment. As little children, right? We start off as, I see your hands, little children, we start off as upright, right? But as we mature more as children, we're supposed to get into more of a contrite way of thinking, to where you do it because daddy and mommy asked, because it makes daddy and mommy happy, because it helps out the house, right? By doing my chores or whatever it is they ask me, have me doing. Whereas, when you're less mature, younger, let me do it so I don't get a beating. Let me do it so they don't take my game from me. Let me do it so, I can play with my friends after school. I'm not stuck in the house. That's the upright spirit. You're so focused on what you're going to lose, as opposed to focused on what you can give, or how you can help out and give others. When you get to that other place, that's when you begin to see a totally different side of the Most High and what he can do for you. Right? But until you get there maturity-wise, and you're stuck in the upright, Most High is going to be your enemy. You're going to be like these people here in James 4, right? You ask amiss that you might consume it upon your lusts. You're going to be like the heathen in Maccabees, and some of our brothers and sisters in Maccabees that we're reading about now, the ones that want their own glory. I'll stop in verse 4. It says, ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with God? Whosoever therefore will be a friend of the world is the enemy of God. So you be a friend of the world. That's what has you lusting like this, as opposed to having the Most High being your God, or being your friend, I should say. Like Abraham, for example. And then the adulterers and adulteresses, you may look at that and go, oh, where's the talk about them, sleeping around? But what it's going into is what? You're supposed to be married unto the Lord. But when you seek after the lust of your own flesh, right? It don't matter whether you're sleeping around physically, but you're sleeping around spiritually, first and foremost. It's like you cheat on the Most High because you're not putting him in his ways first. You're putting the ways of the heathen and their gods first, which has you all up in your flesh, all up in your lust, because that's what they care about. All they care about is what? The physical things. Power, power, resources, right? Things that come with that. That's why I'm not sure if I watched it with you, but there was like this video. I don't think it was like a movie / documentary about the .com bubble. It was following around this guy who had like a .com idea that was pushing in the late 90s, early 2000s when that whole time period was going on. And his company had a success over a short period of time. And then like after a while, when the .com bubble started to burst, when the market couldn't sustain all the different companies out there trying pretty much doing the same thing, the same service, companies started going bust, and his was one of those companies to go bust. And I'm not sure what nationality he was. I guess he was some kind of Southeast Asian kind of thing. It's hard by looking at him. But when you see like his company going down after going up, you see him like driving in the car, and then he's got like how a lot of the Southeast Asia, whether it's like Japheth or Moab, they have a little thing on their dashboard. It's like a little like Buddha statue or something, and he had a little like charms that hang from their rear view. You know what I'm talking about? They always got that stuff on their dashboard. Elam does that too. The East Indians have the little charms, like they have the funny calendar when you go to the store. It's like, who are these weird people in your calendar? It was this elephant with like 6 arms. What the hell what's this thing? But then you see the little, he's like looking at the dash, looking at the little figurine. He's got this music playing, and it's like whatever his original language is, and he's like singing. You can tell he's like singing to like whatever his idol is. Now that his company's doing bad, it's like a little quick scene as they watch the movie. Most folks kind of just probably look past it. But if you have a spiritual eye and you see that, you're like, oh, see, that's how the heathen are. When a heathen getting into trouble, physical trouble, they run to their idol super quick. Start doing all the weird sounds and singing and stuff, and touching the little figurine and rubbing it and all this stuff, and playing, dangling with the little rosaries, whatever it is, so they can get help from that idol. But you see that in the movie, you're just like, oh, okay, he's going through a tough time now. He was doing well at first, and when his company started to go down, starts playing the music, The Most High warned us about that. We got to be better than that as Israelites.
Yeah, I was saying 2 Corinthians chapter 9. Verse 8. And it reads, and God is able to make all grace abound toward you, that ye, always having all sufficiency in all things, may abound to every good work. So in anything that we do, if we follow the Most High's commandments, in anything that we do, if we do it with using the Most High's principle in the setting on how we implement it, the Most High will make sure that we have the resource and the tools to make it come to get the result that we looking for. That provided that we in a mindset of kingdom and using the Most High's principle of the kingdom to for whatever, even in this setting, whatever we do, we apply the Most High's principle, and any work that we do, and then you'll see everything work out. It's almost like if we work for a company. If they respect capacity, you won't even need to ask for a promotion. They'll just promote you. You don't even need to go to them because you become a blessing to the company to begin with. And they will promote you, and they will give you this, they will give you that, because they know that you add value, right, to yourself and the company. So therefore, you welcome. And they'll even ask you for reference if you know somebody, because they know if you like that, you must associate yourself with people like-minded. So they want people like that to give them reference so that they can put it through their company, to help their company grow, to help their their bottom line, to go forward. It's the same thing with the Most High. If the Most High bless us in this, and then we do work, the Most High will make sure that we get promoted to the next level. But if we're not doing good, don't be surprised that we stay at the same position. But Most High will not let us, go completely. You'll be able to survive, but you stay right there until we improve ourselves and say, okay, now he's ready to be promoted. Then we promote him to this position. You don't even need to ask. Sometimes we go and ask, but we know we're not even doing good where we at, and then we go and ask. The Most High is not a fool.
Right.
And then we cry when we don't get promoted or we stay in the same position, but we're not paying attention on where we are. Are we exceeding on what we're doing right now at this moment?
Okay. And we see with that temptation, I'm glad you brought those things out. What the temptation is in the world, people that want more than what they deserve, right? Or what they're ready for, they'll go to the left-hand path, right? They'll go to the psychic, they'll go to the witch doctor, or whatever, right? To say, what's going on? I'm trying to have success, right? Or I have health issues. Why do I keep having health issues, not realizing that's what they're putting in their body? They want to go to the left-hand path for wealth, not realizing, like you said, they got the poor skills when it comes to managing resources. They want to go to the left-hand path for, companionship, not realizing that, you're a harm to yourself. What are you going to do in a relationship, But they want to go to them first to fix it, not realizing that it's within. They got to fix what's within. And then in the world, they'll go to option A, option B, option C. You got all different things out here that show you how to do it right. As far as the new age, they got this, they got that, they need to do more yoga, they need to do this. Okay, there's all the stuff that's out here people can get into that they think can actually make them a better person. And it may do certain things, maybe benefit them here and there, but as far as making their soul whole, only the commandments can do that.
One more thing I want to say, right? It's like in the way the temptation is people lack certain things, and we lack certain things. Sometimes we want things the easy way. We don't want to patience. Instead of being patient with something and try to figure it out, we go to the doctor and say, give me enough pills. Enough pills that I see the hepatitis gives. Nah, you the doctor, just fix me. That's it. Things that they could have done themselves, they could have fixed themselves. They said, nah, just give it. You want the card? I got a card. Do that. Have a card. Just fix it. But those are things that they could have fixed themselves. But the system is there. They know people desires to not want to do things themselves. And the system wants you to conform. They don't want you to question things. They want you to conform. And that's exactly where the doctors come in.
It's true. It's true. Quick fix. Pop that pill, right? Or get the tummy tuck, right? Instead of just, doing some sit-ups. Yeah.
Like you were saying, like what Paul was saying, this kingdom here of the Most High is perfect, has everything, right? You got a problem, you got a question, go into the scripture, there's an answer, right? Esau's like, word? All right. In Esau's world, you got a problem, you got an answer? Like you said, we got a bill for that.
Come to me.
Yeah, we got things for that too. Yeah. What? You have any problem? You got a shrink over there. Go see the shrink. The shrink got his own problem, man. He's dealing with it. How you gonna solve your problem? Right? You might have a psychiatrist that you go to or a marriage counselor. He's getting divorced next week, but he's telling you, how to keep your marriage together. You know what I mean? So it's like you said, a blind leading the blind.
I was like, I'm thinking that scripture. I'm like, why are you going to say it? Yeah.
Luke 4:23.
So
I the one that's in the 15-14 one.
Everything is different. Sometimes
Matthew?
even us,
I'm not sure the Luke one.
we fail to go there as far as the answer because they said we want that quick fix. We want the problem to go away right now. But
Luke
That's the one in Luke. The one in Matthew is I know the one in Matthew. I'm not sure the one in Luke. Yeah, Matthew 15 and 14. Let them alone. They be blind leaders of the blind. If the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch. What's the one in Luke?
I'm just quoting part of it. It says, "Physician, heal thyself."
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah,
different.
so that-
Okay. So minor shot. That was Matthew 15, 14. Yeah, the verse you were quoting.
The doctor has a license to keep you. That's the license that they give him. A license is just to keep you under control, so don't question the system. Don't try to fix things yourself. If you fix things yourself with the power of the Most High, there go the medical industry. I mean, you prove that whatever they're doing is it's a sham, it's a game, it's commerce, it's money, it's merchandising. That's pretty much what they're doing. So,
You're right.
So if you have this kind of problem, you fix it yourself with the script. Go to the scriptures, and then you find out ways, and you patience, and you find out, man, fixed. I didn't have to pay anything. Man, I didn't have to take no drugs that would have an after effect.
Right.
That's gonna create another problem.
Mhm.
Oh man, I'm gonna tell somebody else. There go the healthcare industry.
I'm talking about people on a lot of medication. A lot of them.
Come.
You get the cabinet.
Oh, sorry. You finished? Okay.
You open the cabinet, and they have timing on it. At 6 a.m. I got to take this. At 9 I got to take this. At 12 I got to take this, and then they keep, and then they have a line. And they feel like if they miss one time, oh man, I missed my man.
Why don't you say that?
Before you say that, he had his hand up. Don't forget your thought.
I was just gonna say, they put things in food that make you sick enough to seek after it.
Yeah.
The physician, then they got the bill for that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a catch-22. It's all money going around.
Or even those medication, those pills, supposed to be temporary, supposed to fix your issue, and you carry on with your life, right?
Yeah.
My dad is like 82.
God bless.
I took him to his doctor. He has regular doctor visit. Go in there, sit with the doctor. I'm in the room, take his temperature, the basic stuff. And then he spent maybe 2 minutes, checking his vitals and everything like that. That looks good. Yeah. All right. Go on his laptop, boom, 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 type a little thing, then boom. He's like, you good? Go to the pharmacy. I said, doc, let me ask you a question, Joe. He's been taking these pills for how many years now? He said, how long did he have to continue taking these pills? Is this supposed to be, help him to fix the situation, eventually 2 weeks off of it? He's like, he looked at me, he's like, no, he's going to take these pills for the rest of his life. I'm like, are you serious? I was like, it's for the rest of his life. He said, yeah, for the rest of his life. He has to take these pills. Like, you good? Go to the pharmacy, go pick it up.
Don't forget Ecclesiastes 38:1. That says, honor a physician with the honor due unto him for the uses which he may have of him, for the Lord hath created him.
Right. And also in the scripture, you gotta know what physician you're talking about. Back then, it wasn't the pills in the pharmaceutical industry. And the physician also, that physician right there, knows scriptures, and he will cure you, and then you don't have to go back in the next month to refill on those pills. Right? It's the same thing. Yahushua, you could say Yahushua is the physician. He will fix you, and you ain't gotta. He said that's how you hold. You fix. Your problem is fixed. It's to pick up your bed and walk. That's it. Done. Finish. As opposed,
I'll give his position the benefit of the doubt, right? Even because the guys that wrote Ecclesiasticus, right, they were in Alexandria, right? During like the Greek times, they were there during that time when the Greeks were there. And you had three cultures there. You had the Greeks, you had the Egyptians, and of course the Hebrews that were there in Alexandria, Egypt also. So, okay, let's say he's talking about the physicians that were during that time, but it's still, then the emphasis was still on what? Curing the person. Even that oath that they had, that guy Hippocrates, they always talk about, who a lot of that borrowed their stuff from the Egyptians anyway, as far as medicine. But even their guy Hippocrates had that oath they got to do, right? Which is not the same now.
It's like the job of the physician is to make you whole again,
Right.
restore you from restore you to how you were before you sick, and then
Right.
you done.
Right.
But now it's not so much restoring you; it's to keep you, and then you develop side effect. Now you have another problem. Then
Right.
they prescribe you something else.
Right.
Now the other one that they prescribe you have another problem. Then they offer you another. That's what you were saying. Like a lot of our people, they on a lot of pills. So that's where it comes from.
Yeah.
But we had herbs,
Right.
right? We had herbs, things that's supposed to be
Still do.
right. What I'm saying, we have herbs. So now we take a little. Now they take a little bit of herbs, and then put a lot of chemical on it and fillings, and it gives you that temporary thing. So you got to go back again. So that means they don't give you the full thing.
And Israel only focuses on one herb.
Yeah. As we saw last week, right? Last weekend we had a brother like that. Yep. Talking about the herb, the herb that matters most. Exactly. Goes by many names, right?
But you have to be careful of the toxicity of herbs.
Yeah, because I mean, you
Herbs.
see,
Yeah, but you're not supposed to take it forever. It's only for a period of time.
because Yahushua has all knowledge of everything.
Right.
Even the knowledge of the physician comes from Yahushua.
Right.
That's why he exemplified some a physician, characteristics when he heals the people.
Right.
He show you what a real physician should like. It's
Right.
all knowledge of anybody has stemmed from him to begin with, because he's the king. He owns everything. He's the owner of everything.
Right.
So he gave us that example, right? As opposed to these people today, a bunch of books, man.
Let me say this too, not to say it wasn't said already, just make sure it's clear. Shout out to Luke, by the way. Luke, the beloved physician, right?
Mhm.
A disciple of Christ who was a doctor too, just so happened to be. When we're talking about doctors today, MDs, we really like NDs, right? You got some MDs that are NDs too, right? Which is they call it a naturopathic doctorate. So some MDs have what they call an ND as well, meaning that they can do both. They can do the medicine side, and they can do the herbal side too, the homeopathic side also. You can find a doctor like that on your WebMD. Definitely look them up, right? Get their second or third opinion, if not first opinion. But when it comes to this, it's not to say that MDs don't have knowledge. They have plenty of knowledge. They go to all types of school to learn all types of stuff. The issue is they're incentivized, like you guys are saying, to keep you coming back. Like the old Chris Rock joke, the money's not in the cure, it's in the comeback, right? They're incentivized to keep you coming back, even if they may have the knowledge as far as how to cure. The system is set up for their job to function, for them to what? Not to heal you, but to diagnose your problems. And once they can have a diagnosis of what your issue is, then they can bring out the DSM manual, the statistical, the diagnostic something. They got all the disorders in there, and they can team up with the pharmaceuticals and then give you the pill for your, histrionic personality disorder, your attention deficit hyperactivity, your whatever it is, right? So the system is incentivized to use that knowledge in order to keep you a continual patient as opposed to actually heal you.
Right.
So not to say they don't know, but they're incentivized to do that which is not convenient for you, but what is convenient for hospitals, pharmaceuticals, the FDA, all the whole cycle that they have just in.
To the point where the pharmaceutical industry, if they could bypass even those doctors that they put as dealers, they would.
Drug dealers.
Yeah, that's why they tell you, ask your doctor. Why I gotta ask the doctor? The doctor was tell me based on when he diagnosed me, what he said.
Right.
When you hear the commercial, ask your doctor about 2 and 2 plus.
Right.
It's almost like it's almost like man, I would tell you to go and get it yourself, but based on the rules and regulations, just ask your doctor.
And it's messed up because they're supposed to have the logos or the reasoning and the ethos when it comes to preserving you as far as your need, your physical needs and safety needs. But then the ethos overrides both of those where they go off a reputation alone to where they got the MD, they got the white, mock on, right? With the little stethoscope. And it's just like, oh, wow. And then they come on a microphone. They're like, yes, you should, drink, 5 gallons of water every 30 minutes. You hear that, you go, that sounds kind of ridiculous. But she's an MD. He's an MD. He went to Harvard. He went to Oxford. He went to, some Ivy League, blah, 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 blah. So override your logos and pathos because of the ethos that they got and like once again, to go back to the COVID thing, you see a whole lot of that been going on these last couple of years. You got folks with ethos talking things that are completely illogical, hoping that your pathos is going to seal the deal to say, okay, I'll do it. Just because, as opposed to do it because it's the best thing for me, given my health and my situation and everything else, my history. But once again, I don't want to be here too long because we're going to go on a couple different tangents. I want to get through chapter 6. So we got some more verses to go through.
And even with that,
so we can talk about this for a minute.
This one last thing, right? Even with COVID, death, they have a way to diagnose that, right? They have a name for it. It's called SADS.
What?
SADS.
SADS.
What?
Something syndrome.
Sudden adult death syndrome. That's a new term.
It's making this stuff as it go along.
You thought SARS was bad because all COVID is the latest form of SARS, right? So Southeast Asian respiratory syndrome. That's what all the SARS are. There's a couple different SARS. You got SARS, you got MERS, you got the RSs. Now they got the DSs. So death syndrome as opposed to respiratory syndrome. Wow.
Sudden adult death syndrome. Sudden. It's like
So SIDS has been here. We've been at SIDS because you always hear about SIDS in the news, right? Sudden infant. So now you got SADS. It's a matter of time, right? Of course. You got sudden infant death syndrome. You got sudden adult death syndrome. And then they can say, so many things cause it. We just don't know. Ask your doctor. Or those commercials where people are like running in the on the park, slow motion, the little swirl behind them. Some side effects may occur.
Right. That's not good. How are you gonna give yourself a blood clot, blood clot, heart attack, and everything? And everybody knows that this can happen. And they said fast.
The worst one is
Death.
Not death. Like what you have suicide.
Suicidal. Must call you suicidal tendencies. Talk to your doctor about it. No, I'm not. No thanks. But the funny is when they end with not just suicide, when they say impossibly death.
Yeah, right.
It's like, that's not a symptom. That's not a side effect.
That's the conclusion.
Exactly.
They want to cover themselves so they don't get lawsuits.
That's it. That's it.
And the investors want to be happy too.
That's it. That's it. R&D. You get that R&D money. Research and development money. Yep. Because that costs a lot of money, right? Just to do the half-ass job that they do already when it comes to approving this stuff. It costs a lot of money. To get it tested and approved, they just put it through the fast track.
But with certain drugs, they rename it. They call it a different chemical and they rename it. So they don't want to say what's in it.
Mm-hmm. Or they tell you what's in it, boy, as you look at it, you're just like, what the hell am I reading? Because the name is like, unless you can speak Greek, you can you got your Merriam-Webster's medical dictionary, you can look up, these prefixes, just like, you don't even know what the hell you're reading.
I was just wondering, what does the BA in that last variant stand for? Because the first thing came to my mind was black African variant.
You said the BA?
COVID variant.
The what?
It's called the BA variant.
Oh, I have to look that up. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was the latest one that came out. That's the last time I heard about him talking about it.
Oh, okay.
They said it was a new variant called the BA variant. And I was wondering what that stood for.
Oh, okay. I gotta check it out. The last one I heard about was the supposed to be in South Africa. It's they got the COVID 21. So it's 2022. So you know it's gonna probably be a COVID 22. That might be it. So they got COVID 21 in South Africa. It's supposed to be different from the COVID 19. So yeah, you got to keep up with these things. They keep changing, you know, keep mutating, you know. How they mutate is always up for question. Yeah, but let's continue on though. Finally, in First Maccabees 6. Make sure we don't go over 4 hours, Lord willing. Let's continue. So this is First Maccabees chapter 6, in verse 1, and it reads: About that time, King Antiochus, travailing through the high countries, heard they say that Elamaeus in the country of Persia was a city greatly renowned for riches, silver, and gold, and that there was in it a very rich temple wherein were coverings of gold and breastplates and shields, which Alexander, the son of Philip, the Macedonian king who reigned the first among the Grecians, had left there. So desperate times call for desperate measures, right? Gotta dig in the coffers, right? Man, this campaign against Judas is costing us a lot, along with our other affairs. What else can we tap for some money, right? We gotta look at we gotta go in our coffers, go in our reserves, see what we got. So he's desperate enough to even go into this potential treasure that they had took way back when they first started with Alexander, right? That was when the Greeks first started ruling. That was like, what, then 150 years ago. They said, hey, we got to take a look and see, because right now we're spending a little too much money than what we're gaining, right? This guy's cost us a lot, among other things they had going on. So they're taking a chance on what there being this temple that they had conquered. So it's in the purview of our territory. Let's go there and see if we can get that and turn it into money, so we can get more soldiers, get more resources, more weapons, right? More munitions, whatever it is they need. Wherefore he came and sought to take the city and to spoil it, but he was not able, because they of the city, having had warning thereof, right? So he said, let me go and get it. But word got around that they're on their way. So by the time they come and get it, they already had protection, right? Rose up against them in battle. So he fled and departed thence with great heaviness and returned to Babylon, right? Because that's the headquarters of the Seleucid dynasty, was in Babylon, right? Another place Alexander had conquered. But, just because you conquer something once doesn't mean that you might not lose it later on. So your territory might shrink unless you have what they call garrisons. We call them garrisons, right? Today, the Esau uses embassies, right? Or little outposts, keep an army base, right? For places that they fought in before. They keep sending money out there to make sure the base stays up or the embassy stays up. So they kind of keep an eye on things, make sure they can still tap the people, for different things. So apparently this place, they had it at one point, but then lost it. He went to go get it back. It's a little too much for him. So he came back to Babylon with his tail between his legs, right? Moreover, there came one who brought in tidings into Persia that the armies which went against the land of Judea were put to flight. So now he's going to get news about the L that they caught against Judas and his people. And that Lysias, who went forth first with a great power, was driven away of the Jews, and that they were made strong by the armor and power and the store of spoils which they had gotten of the armies whom they had destroyed. So not only did they lose, but then they got plundered, right? Spoils will work, the victors go to spoils. So we took the riches back and then put it and added it to our coffers. Now it's no longer part of theirs. So that news is being delivered unto this Antiochus. Also that they had pulled down the abomination which he had set up upon the altar in Jerusalem, which is back in chapter 2 down to 4, right? And that's restoring it back and coming up with Hanukkah, which is a rededication of the altar. And that they had compassed about the sanctuary with high walls as before, and his city Bethsura. So his little outpost Bethsura, they took it back, and they took the temple back and they restored it. Now, when the king heard these words, he was astonished and sore moved, whereupon he laid him down upon his bed and fell sick for grief, because it had not befallen him as he looked for. So He was grievous now, sick in his bed, getting this bad news.
And what I was saying last night, the spirit of ownership can get you sick, it can get you killed.
Yeah.
Disease and sickness. So that's exactly what happens.
It's almost like it's the same principle, but like a larger, a more grander version of Esau. Esau the man. Remember?
Yeah.
When he came back from hunting, what did he say? I am at the point to die. What shall his birthright do unto me? Right? Soul's birthright for more soul meat, like it says in Hebrews 12, right? So when it comes to our brother Esau, that's been his thing from since he's been around, right? Since we've been around, that's been his thing as far as him being tied to the physical, the material, right? Once he loses his physical, whether it be, he was hungry, his resources, his significant other or others, right? He may be with, it's like his life is gone. It's like I lost my food, I lost my wealth, I lost my woman, I lost my life. And now he's ready to take his life or give up his life. That's how he is.
Yeah. I was gonna say that's that control mechanism. It feels like the wealth give him the control. And if you lose that wealth, his control is over. His kingdom is over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
6 bankers.
Yeah.
died.
Yeah.
The depression. People like out the windows.
Wow.
And even now here, they lost and then they're just like, take a dive, jump out the window.
God, where's the
He had his hand up to. Don't forget.
I was just gonna say, even on a commoner level, Esau, if you see them, like, Israel, when they out there doing drugs, we have our issues. But Esau, when you see them in their addictions, they look horrible.
Yeah. You have to go no further than over here to Kensington, right? I'm sure whoever's watching, whatever city you're in, you know what part of town to go to where the opioid epidemic is, and you see Esau hit up the drugs.
To the story you said about the bankers.
Right.
I remember a couple of years ago, back in 2008 crisis, something like that, where some couple of billionaires in London, at least one of them, he was worth, I think, about 6 or 8 billion.
Yeah.
His net worth went down to 2 billion. He committed suicide. He said, I got survive on 2 billion. Wow. He committed suicide. He said, I was 6, now I'm down to 2. Nah.
And then you have to really question that too. Like, is that really that? Or is it just a pride
I
thing?
don't know, but
That's like, you gotta understand these people.
That's all they have, man.
The same way you might have a week, let's say you get $500 a week, and your bill is almost that. These people, they on a high level of expense as well. Their expenses are minimal.
Mm-hmm.
So once they get to that point, they gotta keep making because their expenses actually going up. Unless they smart enough to pretty much, because a lot of them, they use their asset to get properties on credit. You can show your asset, how much you have on asset. If you have 8 billion, you can go and get credit, to get some big land or some big property, some big mansion or some big business. But it's all on credit. It's based on the collateral. Your portfolio is your collateral.
Right.
So if that goes down, there goes your business, because you're gonna lose everything because it's based on credit. This economic system is based on credit.
So there might be some more as to why he might have taken his life, but the rule still stands as far as Esau being tied to his material possessions and material in general.
because they don't understand and besides that, they ain't hear Brother Require's message last night.
Yeah.
They all call it to the Most High.
Con, exactly.
I don't know what he said.
He said that the class that Kahan taught last night, he was breaking it down.
That's all they have, man.
What was that song? I think it was about was it Diplomats? What's the song? I think it might have been a Beanie Siegel. I know Beanie Siegel, I think, was on the song too. It was this I can't go on this way. I can hear the beat in my head, but I remember one of the lyrics in the song was, he's crackers or something. Without their money, they nothing. Something. And then it was like, I can't go on this way. Freeway was on the song too. I'll find it later. But yeah. So
Some of them smart. They buy everything cash. They buy properties, they buy land, they buy a bunch of stuff cash, and then they give some money in the market just as a facade to make people still think that that's the lucrative way to make money. But they can cash out and put it into tangible assets. Even if whatever they have just go down, they just wait because they already they have a bunch of it like Bezos and all those guys that I mentioned already.
Right. Con. So it says, and when the king heard these words, he was astonished and sore moved, whereupon he laid him down upon his bed and fell sick for grief, because it had not befallen him as he had looked for. And there he continued many days, for his grief was ever more and more, and he made account that he should die. Wherefore he called for all his friends and said unto them, the sleep is gone from my eyes, and my heart faileth for very care. So you can't even sleep. That's how tore up he is, man. It's like you're in the bed trying to sleep, but you just so messed up because of what you lost. Your back's against the walls. You just look up at the sky while laid out. It's like that's stress for your behind right there. You can't even sleep.
One more thing. Like with him, imagine he had a lot. People in the world who like regular average Joe who don't have the confidence and the assurance of the Most High in Christ, they the same way. That's where a lot of sickness come in, a lot of problems come in, because if you see how things are going right now, like man, how I'm gonna make it. A lot of stress is happening right now. We looking at the big guys, but the regular people, they're going through a lot of stress right now. That don't know the Most High, that don't have the assurance, even though their life is nothing right now, but they have a confidence in the future that everything will be okay. A lot of that going on right now.
Come. It says, and I thought with myself, unto what tribulation am I come, and how great a flood of misery is it wherein now I am? For I was bountiful and beloved in my power, right? I was the top out of all the Greek empires, right? Out of all this, it was the Seleucid Empire, which was like one of 4 empires the Greeks had, right? That combined their whole thing. So now he's starting to get worried because he's running out of cash. Judas causing them problems, right? And then he tried to get this little extra cash from the place they conquered before and couldn't get it. So now it's like, who can I turn to at this point? At least in his mind, right? But now I remember the evils that I did at Jerusalem, and that I took all the vessels of gold and silver that were therein, and sent to destroy the inhabitants of Judea without a cause. I perceive, therefore. Hold on. Got a little prophecy here. Didn't Daniel talk about this centuries before? Let's get it real quick. Let's go to Daniel. Daniel chapter 8. So this is Daniel chapter 8 in verse 9, right? You read above, it talks about a he-goat, right? That was very great. And how 4 notable ones came after him, talking about Alexander and his 4 generals, right? Then it says in verse 9, and out of the one of them, this referring to his general Seleucus, who started the Seleucid dynasty. Once again, Daniel chapter 8 and verse 9. Came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great toward the south, toward the east, and toward the pleasant land. See that? Talking about what? This Antiochus. And it waxed great even to the host of heaven, and it cast down some of the hosts, and of the stars to the ground, and stamped upon them. Yeah, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host, and by him the daily sacrifice was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down, and an host was given him against the daily sacrifice by reason of transgression, and it cast down the truth to the ground, and it practiced and prospered. So talking about this same Antiochus, all stuff he did in these previous chapters of Maccabees. See, it was current events for the Maccabees, but this was a future prophecy during Daniel's time. During Daniel's time, the Babylonians were still the top guys. Now, during the time of Maccabees, it's the Greeks who Daniel prophesied would come to pass. And then I think on the yeah, here we go. It says in the same chapter, verse 23, breaking down this little horn that came out of that kingdom. So I read from 8 down to 12. Now I'm in verse 23, same chapter. Daniel chapter 8 and 23. In the latter time of their kingdom, when the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up, referring to this Antiochus again. And his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power, right? Showing we know who the ultimate power is, even though he may think it's his. Because what did he call himself? Epiphanes. What's that mean? God manifest on earth.
Yeah.
What kind of title to give yourself, right? Shows you how much he thought of himself. Yeah, I don't think he had self-esteem issues, right? But not by his own power, and he shall destroy wonderfully, and shall prosper and practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. Just like he confessed right here in 2 Maccabees 6. I mean, 1 Maccabees 6. And through his policy also, he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. See that? They say peace, peace. They say, oh, I don't mean war, but then they flip it. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand. Meaning what? He's going to fall. He's going to be knocked off his seat. Like we see what's happening now, him finally taking his L. But he was going to have time to do the horrible things that he did, like what he did to the people and what he did to the temple, right? And the cities round about. But yeah, that's Daniel 8. I read 9 to 12, 23 to 25. This prophecy. Now he's speaking it, not realizing that it was already authored by the Most High, his success and then his ultimate failure that he would have. It says, but now I remember the evils that I did at Jerusalem, verse 12 again. I'm back at 1 Maccabees 6, now I'm at verse 12. But now I remember the evils that I did at Jerusalem, and that I took all the vessels of gold and silver that were therein, and sent to destroy the inhabitants of Judea without a cause. I perceive, therefore, that for this cause these troubles are come upon me. And behold, I perished through great grief in a strange land. Then called he for Philip, one of his friends, whom he made ruler over all his realm, and gave him the crown and his robe and his signet, to the end that he should bring up his son Antiochus and nourish him for the kingdom. So being handed over from Antiochus the fourth to the fifth, I think his surname was Eupator, which is like, I think it means like blessed father or father of blessing, Eupator. That was his surname. But just remember the fifth. So Antiochus the fourth to Antiochus the fifth. Verse 17, it says, now when Lysias knew that the king was dead, he set up Antiochus his son, whom he had brought up, being young, to reign in his stead, and his name he called Eupator. So there it is. About this time, they that were in the tower shut up the Israelites round about the sanctuary, and saw always their hurt and the strengthening of the heathen. Wherefore Judas, prospering to destroy them, called all people together to besiege them. So they came together and besieged them in the 150th year, referring to the year of the reign of the Greeks, right? Not so much the year what we say BCE, which is before Common Era now. They used to say before Christ. Now they want to say before Common Era. But still the focal point is still when Christ was born, right? So nice try, Esau. So they came together and besieged them in the 150th year. And he made mounts for shot against them and other engines, because they're counting from the time of Alexander going forward. That's when they're counting. mounts were shot against them, and other engines, like catapults.
What verse is that one?
Verse 20. I'm in verse 21. Howbeit certain of them that were besieged got forth, unto whom some ungodly men of Israel joined themselves. So we're never short of sellouts in Israel, unfortunately. And they went unto the king and said, how long will it be ere thou execute judgment and avenge our brethren? Really? Avenge our brethren? Are you guys talking serious? Against Judas? You're supposed to, you're asking this heathen king to come against Judas. We have been willing to serve thy father and to do as he would have us and to obey his commandments. So they're pledging allegiance to Antiochus the fourth. To the fifth, saying how they loved his father, who was the fourth, Antiochus. For which cause they of our nation besiege the tower and are alienated from us. Well, moreover, as many of us as they could light on or fall upon, they slew and spoiled our inheritance. Neither have they stretched out their hand against us only, but also against all their borders. And behold, this day are they besieging the tower of Jerusalem to take it. The sanctuary also in Bethsura have they fortified. So they're doing a tattletale. They're a run-tell that, as they say. Right? They ran to Massa, right? Massa Antiochus, to tell on the other Jews that, how dare them want to actually be a sovereign nation? How dare them actually want to be calling their own shots according to the Most High? How dare them? Wherefore, if thou doest not prevent them quickly, they will do greater things than these. Neither shalt thou be able to rule them. And when the king heard this, he was angry and gathered together all his friends and the captains of his army and those that had charge of the horse. There came also unto him from other kingdoms and from isles of the sea bands of hired soldiers. So now they got mercenaries, right? What they call mercs for short, right? Hired guns. Kind of like what was it during the Revolutionary War in America? They said they had German Hessians, right? Like that, what was it, that old Warner Brother cartoon? I'm a Hessian without no regression. If you can't beat them, join them. Anyway, the Hessians were these they were hired guns. They were German soldiers that they were hired to fight against the colonialists. They were called Hessians. They were the German mercenaries. They say some of them were even housed here in this city right here, right? That's why you have what they call Germantown, right? But reading on, it says, verse 30, so that the number of his army was 100,000 footmen, 20,000 horsemen. Wow, check that out. Check out that. So you got 100,000 infantry, 20,000 cavalry. That's a lot. And 32 elephants exercised in battles. Then you got elephants, right? Which are like the equivalents of like your tanks today, right? Your big tanks, you had elephants. So these guys were strapped and numerous, ready to go. These went through Idumea and pitched against Bethsura, which they assaulted many days. So they came from the south, right, to their fellow brethren, right, and pitched against Bethsura, which they assaulted many days, making engines of war. But they of Bethsura came out and burned them with fire and fought valiantly, right? So Bethsura, which we had taken back, those that were there fought against them, right? They were trying to take over and come back in. Upon this, Judas removed from the tower and pitched in Beth Zacharias, which just means house of Zachariah, over against the king's camp. So now Judas is going to take a matter to his own hands, right? Get to the front line to protect that key place. Then the king, rising very early, marched fiercely with his host toward Beth Zacharias, where his armies made them ready to battle and sounded the trumpets to the end they might provoke the elephants to fight. They showed them the blood of grapes and mulberries. Check that out. So it kind of makes you think of where is it, in Spain, right? They say when they have the bullfighters, right? They usually get the red cape. They have that cartoons you watch growing up too, right? They have the Bugs Bunny or the Matador, right? Take the red flag and you see the red cape, whatever you call it. You see the bull's eyes just get super red. He starts charging towards them, you know. They said matadors use that color to excite the bull. So similar premise here, them using the blood of grapes and mulberries to excite the elephants, to get them to be more rageful, to go forward, right? Moreover, they divide the beast among the armies, and for every elephant they appointed 1,000 men, armed with coats of mail, and with helmets of brass on their heads. And besides this, every beast were ordained 500 horsemen of the best. So it's like every elephant is like its own like tank. Then they got like they're fortified with cavalry around them, and then they got a small group of infantry compared to the entire army, of course. They pretty much are gathering their forces around each of these elephants, right? Cavalry and infantry, they have surrounding each of these elephants as they're going into battle formation. These were ready at every occasion. Wheresoever the beast was, and whithersoever the beast went, they went also, neither departing they from him. And upon the beast there were strong towers of wood, which covered every one of them, and were girt fast unto them with devices. So it's like they had like a saddle on the elephant. It was like a saddle big enough to where you could create like a small little fort on top of the elephant's back, right? They could pretty much be sitting inside, leading the elephant. You probably had like some people in the back to kind of watch the back, to watch their rear. Maybe some archers up there, right, to get like some high-end shots from elevated position. So these things are fortified. Yeah, obviously some big elephants too, right? For them to be able to do that. And it says they were girt fast upon them with devices. They were also upon every one 32 strong men that fought upon them, beside the Indian that ruled them, right? So little tag team they did with Elon. Remember in 300, they kind of showcased this, right? When you had the Greeks fighting against the Persians with a dominant empire. So at this point, it's years after that fight, right? That was even years before Alexander even came on the scene, right? When the quote unquote, when the 300 movie took place. They called it the Battle of Thermopylae, I think, in history. But you see, with the Greeks, Esau is the Greeks. Those they conquer, it's like they pretty much take on their forces and use them as their own. That's why they got Elon pretty much helping them out in this battle, because they had conquered them in times past, and they're using their resources as part of their own resources against us. Verse 38, as for the remnant of the horsemen, they set them on this side and that side, at the two parts of the host, giving them signs to do what to do, and being harnessed all over amidst the ranks. Now when the sun shone upon the shields of gold and brass, the mountains glistened therewith, and shone like lamps of fire, right? So as they're coming down the mountain, and as the sun hits them, you can almost see like the glimmer. You know, you see like a glimmer from a distance, from a high elevation. It's like, what's that? And somebody usually, they might have a watch or something that catches the sunlight and it flashes, but it's so far away, all you see is the flash. You look in that direction, you go, oh. We'll use that to signal each other too sometimes. We might have like a glass or something, and then once somebody got in a position, you were at an elevated position. They were down in the valley. They wait for your signal. You would take a glass and shine it so that you can see the signal and go, oh, they're coming. Let's go. Do this, and you do the next thing.
Yeah, something to say. I think something, like I say, instance that in the Ten Commandments, I just kind of trying to use that. They had they would wave flags and stuff.
Right.
Certain flags. So we had trumpets.
Right.
Whereas I ran a ram horn and we probably blow it a certain way, so we can know what it is.
And you were right. You even use smoke too, like burn certain things, like set a blaze, set a fire, or set a smoke. Right. So you read about Gad using what they call smoke signals, right, to communicate, to let somebody know that they're on the way or something. Mm-hmm. So all different types of clever techniques, right? Using natural elements before we had,
Remember when
cell phone to text you, yo, they're coming. Or you had radar, you had some satellite, watching what's going on, back in those times you had to be more crude as far as your approach, but you still got the point across, and you still were able to signal what you needed to, or use the animals like carrier pigeon, right? Get a message. You get a carrier pigeon or whatever type of bird. You put the message in the little canister. It latches onto it. And you send it. I always thought that was interesting how they know where to go. You know, they teach them to know where to go.
But even when the Most High had us, like, the tribes move. Certain tribes move here, and certain tribes move. You know,
Right.
We had signal.
Right. The
It
trumpets.
remembers a lot of us. So.
Right. You read about that in the book of Numbers, right? It goes into that. Where they would use a trumpet, it would sound a certain, they had a sound. Remember, it explains different types of sounds, like an alarm versus a let's go versus a, So it's a different tune they did, or a different way that they played it. And we see that even today with Esau and their army, at least here in America, right? Where you got when you hear the, you hear that, you know what that means? That means charge, just like you hear. You hear that one? It's time to bring the flag, half staff, take off your hat, right? Mm-hmm. So you have different sounds for different stuff. So we did the same thing. You can only imagine what it sounded like, right? Or what sounds we did. Since there's no archaeology for old sound recordings, right?
But even with Jericho, the Most that told us what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Go around and certain times and all that stuff and break this, and the Most that told us what to do specifically.
Right. So reading 1 in verse 40. So part of the king's army being spread upon the high mountain, in verse 40. Good. So part of the king's army being spread upon the high mountains and part on the valleys below were marching on safely and in order. 1 Corinthians 14:40, right?
In order.
They're using that verse. Wherefore all that heard the noise of their multitude and the marching of the company and the rattling of the harness were moved, for the army was great, very great and mighty. Then Judas and his host drew near and entered into battle, and there were slain of the king's army 600 men. So still able to slay 600 of them, even as they are coming with their stronger force. Let's see what happens next. Eleazar, also surnamed Saravan, perceiving that one of the beasts armed with royal harness was higher than all the rest, and supposed that the king was upon him, put himself in jeopardy to the end that he might deliver his people and get him a perpetual name. Once again, this is not so much for his own glory, right? But for the glory of the sake of the armies of Israel, right? For our people. Wherefore we ran upon him courageously through the midst of the battle, slaying on the right hand and on the left, so that they were divided from him on both sides, right? So he kind of came through and sliced on both sides and cleared himself a path, pretty much. Which done, he crept under the elephant and thrust him under and slew him, whereupon the elephant fell down upon him, and there he died. Howbeit the rest of the Jews, seeing the strength of the king and the violence of his forces, turned away from them, right? So even though they were a great and mighty force, we still have the brother act with his valiant act to slay this particular elephant, right? Which doing that, right, would be a hard strategic blow, right? Because it would send a signal to show that we're still resisting, in that even your elephants can be taken down by us, right? Because remember, they all had their soldiers ride around an elephant because the elephant was supposed to be their symbol for strength, right? So he's attacking them physically, but also mentally too, by taking out this elephant, right? Showing them that we did this before, we'll do it again for your other reinforcements.
First Kings 22:31.
What's this link with? Just the story between
kind of 44. Yeah, it says First Kings 22:31. But the king of Assyria commanded his 32 captains that had ruled over his chariots, saying, fight neither with small nor great, save only with the king of Israel. So, and it came to pass that when the captains of the chariots saw Jehoshaphat, that they said, surely it is the king of Israel. And they turned aside to fight against him. And Jehoshaphat cried out.
You gonna, so what's that saying?
So, when he perceived that it was the king, the elephant was hiding the rest and had things on it. He recognized that who the king was.
Oh, okay.
So here the king of Assyria trying to say, like, get the king,
Mm-hmm.
get the king only. Because once you get the king, every man, kind of disperse, unless you have like a general next thing to take over you quickly.
Right. So everybody's order doesn't dampen. That,
Yeah.
as they say, the esprit de corps isn't lost.
Because here, like the armies here, the general stays in a tent somewhere far away from all the battle. But we, our kings, went out to fight with us.
Right. On that note, let me get this real quick, and then we'll continue. This is 2 Samuel 21, also 15 down to 17.
You say Second Samuel.
21, 15 down to 17. We were fighting against our dreaded enemies, the Philistines. Our continual opponents. Doggone Philistines in the West Bank, damn it. 2 Samuel 21 and 15. This is moreover, the Philistines had yet war again with Israel. And David went down and his servants with him and fought against the Philistines. And David waxed faint. And Ishbi-Benob, which was of the sons of the giant, the weight of whose spear weighed 300 shekels of brass in weight. Wow. He, being girded with a new sword, thought to have slain David. But Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, succored him and smote the Philistine and killed him. Then the men of David sware unto him, saying, Thou shalt go no more out with us to the battle, that thou quench not the light of Israel, or the candle of Israel. See that? So as he was getting older up in years, right? At that battle, that's when his men were like, all right, David, you done made a name for us, for the whole nation. We don't want you to lose. And think about, this Ishbi-Benob. Think about what's on his mind, right? He's the son of Goliath, right? One of the sons of Goliath, right? That we fought against. As you can see, he was a big dude too, just like his dad. He said, I can avenge my father's death, right? Like those kung fu movies, right? I can avenge my father's death, right? By killing the one and only David. Yes, right? So, like I said, it came kind of close and said he waxed faint in the battle. Doesn't really say why, but that's what happens. You're out there exerting a bunch of energy, and you get faint. But they knew just how important David was, right? They didn't want him to die in battle. So they said, "Look, from now on, you're still the king, but just stay behind from now on because you're getting up, older in years now. You got plenty of accolades, your memorial is permanent in Israel, Pretty much. And it gives the reason, right? This is what you said, that thou quench not the light or the candle of Israel. You get it? That's what Abishai decided, right? Because as you read down, it goes into other conflicts we had with Goliath. Because Goliath had a couple of sons. One of them that says he had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. So Goliath, if you took him out, he had sons to carry on his name, right? They were all warriors too. So, like I said, the Philistines were a continual problem for us, man. Gotta kill them all, Otherwise, it'll come back. So yeah, just another example of trying to take out the king, and to take out the king, you can deliver quite a blow to the enemy. You know what I mean? Like you were saying in your example in 2 Kings 22 and 31.
Yeah.
But let's read on. It says in verse 48, back in 1 Maccabees 6. Then the king's army went up to Jerusalem to meet them, and the king pitched his tent against Judea and against Mount Zion. But with them that were in Bethsor he made peace. But they came out of the city because they had no victuals there to endure the siege, it being a year of rest to the land. So you see that? So they got the year of release being employed too. So that even made the resource even more scarce, right? Let alone for those that were in that tower that we wanted out of there. So the king took Bethsur and set a garrison there to keep it. As for the sanctuary, he besieged it many days and set there artilleries with engines and instruments to cast fires and stones, and pieces to cast darts and slings. So their strategy is attack us where we're strong, attack us where it matters most, the capital city, the temple, right? Because we can tackle that, then it'll be much easier for us to tackle the rest.
What's the capital? You said the capital city?
Jerusalem.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of interesting though, because
The temple, yeah.
other manuals might advise somewhat differently, right? Like Sun Tzu, he mentions you read his Art of War, he talks about, avoiding where the enemy is strong and attack where the enemy is weak. So you're going to attack a stronghold to find a weak point, right? So that once you find that weak point and then exploit that, then you can cause the strong city to collapse. But you have to find a weak spot. Just like sports or athletics, right? When you're doing competition, whether it's boxing or football, basketball, whatever else, you're always going to find that weak spot in your opponent, whether it's a team or an individual, right? Find that weakness, exploit it, and then you can then cause an avalanche of failure, cause the whole team to fall down, right? Depending on how you do it.
Yeah, even our priests, our priests had their swords too.
Mm-hmm.
Temple priests, yeah.
I mean, Judas Maccabeus, his whole family, right? all his brothers are priests, right?
So it's not like the temple they like, they did whatever. They got their swords.
Last name Aronson, get it? Judas Aronson, Simon Aronson, right?
Who's it? I think Moses came down and the priest. I forgot the story. The priest went out and slayed people.
Mm-hmm. So it says,
Where was it?
53. Yet at the last, let me read 52 just in case. Whereupon they also made engines against their engine and held them battle a long season, right? So we're not going to fight.
A lot of blood, man.
We're holding out, right?
A lot of blood.
Yet the last, their vessels being without victuals, for that it was the 7th year. Remember, the year of release where we don't plant. We allow the land to grow on its own. So we put that law back in order. And they in Judea that were delivered from the Gentiles had eaten up the residue of the store, right? So no more reserves at this point. There were but a few left in the sanctuary because the famine did so prevail against them, that they were faint to disperse themselves, every man to his own place. At that time, Lysias heard say that Philip, whom Antiochus the king, whilst he lived, had appointed to bring up his son Antiochus, that he might be king, was returned out of Persia and Media, and the king's host also that went out with him, and that he sought to take unto him the ruling of the affairs, right? So, once again, a little civil war amongst themselves, right? It's supposed to go to Antiochus the fifth, Eupator, but he said, you know what? I want this for myself now, right? The hell with this Antiochus the fifth. I want it. Wherefore he went in all in haste and said to the king and the captains of the host and the company, we decay daily, and our victuals are but small. In the place we lay siege unto is strong, and the affairs of the kingdom lie upon us. Now therefore let us be friends with these men and make peace with them and with all their nation, in covenant with them that they shall live after their laws as they did before. For they are therefore displeased and have done all these things because we abolished their laws. Right? So they said, look, we're stretched thin, the 7th year, we're low on munitions as well as provisions. Let's just call it quits, man. These guys are just minding their business, keeping their laws. Maybe it's smart for us to not extend this campaign any further, right? Which we can definitely thank to the Most High, right? Them being a stronger force, that we'll get the victory one way or another. If it wasn't through, hot battle, it would be through just them surrendering. Because the Most High can and has done that, right? Where we got an exceeding large force against a smaller, And the Most High just dispatched that whole force. You read about that during Hezekiah's time, of course, a famous time, right, where he had 185,000. Sennacherib's army came to take on Jerusalem. It says they woke up the next day. It says the whole army was dead. An angel came in the night, just killed them all in their sleep.
And he ran, and his sons killed him.
Right. Even going before that, I think with Josaphat. Remember they were in battle? It says he cried unto the Most High. And the whole army was like a tag team of like Moab, Ammon. They started fighting each other, started killing each other for no reason. Most High just turned them against each other and fight each other. Only the Most High could do that.
Yeah. Wow. Right.
I think that was Josaphat, if I'm not mistaken. I have to check that, but I'm pretty sure that's who it was. But the Most High can do he can be very creative in how he overthrows our enemies and how he does it. So it says, and the covenant with them, verse 59, and the covenant with them, that they shall live after their laws as they did before, for they are therefore displeased and have done all these things because we abolished their laws. So the king and the princes were content, wherefore he sent unto them to make peace, and they accepted thereof. Also the king and the princes made an oath with them, whereupon they went out of the stronghold. Then the king entered into Mount Zion, but then he saw the strength of the place. He brake his oath that he had made and gave commandment to pull down the wall round about. So even if they said, okay, let's call it quits, let's make peace. He got a good glimpse of the temple and everything that was set up, how nice it was. Even after that it was destroyed, they rebuilt it so nice. And he got the green-eyed monster again, right? As they call it, the green-eyed monster. He said, the hell with this peace. Yeah, I know I said peace, but let's take it down. Remember Daniel's prophecy? He said, but by peace he shall slay many, right? We see it throughout the Maccabees, right? Where they tell it peace. They say, no problem, you guys got it. And then once we turn our backs, yeah, stab us in our back, right? Take us by surprise, or take us in our sleep. So it's a common theme you're going to see come up throughout the Maccabees as we read through this history. But once again, it echoes the prophecy that Daniel gave us centuries before. So these guys are following a script. From then till now, everybody's following a script. And the Most High is the playwright. But anyway, verse 63 to close it out. Afterward depart he in all haste and returned unto Antiochus, where he found Philip to be master of the city. So he fought against him and took the city by force, right? So like we said before, not only did they have a problem with Israel, but then amongst each other, they were fighting amongst each other. We read that Philip above, he wanted to take it for himself against Antiochus V, right? He wanted to take that power for himself, even though Lysias was supposed to be the one to make sure that transition went smoothly, right? Being Antiochus IV's son's protector from a young age. So you got war between them, right? But we're going on to the next chapter. We're going to see there's going to be some surprises that take place when it comes to the Seleucid dynasty going forward, some unforeseen things as far as who's going to be in charge of that dynasty next, and then what that means as far as our campaign against the Greeks going forward. But it's definitely getting more interesting as you read ahead. I guess I'm kind of tempted to go to Second Maccabees on certain things, but I know for time's sake, I just want to read First Maccabees specifically. I'll pull links from Second Maccabees here and there, but I'll try to keep it spared. I'll try to do a far and few in between so we can enjoy Second Maccabees fully when we go through it, when we get there. But we'll make an end here as far as the service goes. Next week, we're back in the Old Testament. Now, last time we did 1 Samuel 14 and 15, which means this next week we're going to be doing 1 Samuel 15 and 16. Once again, 1 Samuel 15 and 16. And I look forward to an update to the Holy Day chart. Some of you guys were asking about it as far as the Feast of First Fruits. When I went on NASS, which is the National Agricultural Statistics Survey, which is a website on the USDA website, which is the United States Department of Agriculture. They keep track of, when crops come in and what process they're in. So before we had the 9th of July at sundown, it looks like we're going to need to push it to the 16th to be accurate. because the harvest didn't come in until the week before last, as opposed to 3 weeks ago. Usually we just go by the whatever the third weekend of May is, just as a general placeholder. But it didn't come in until the end of May. So yeah, it's going to just actually begin on July 16th. And in the email, I'll take a screenshot too of the record showing when the winter wheat harvest began. So you see, so make sure that we count those 7 weeks, at least that way that we're as accurate as possible in North America, since that's where we reside currently. So yeah, keep that in mind, and that's pretty much it. But yeah, 1 Samuel's 16 and 17 next week, which should be interesting because we're going to go into finally the David and Goliath, more Israel versus Philistines drama, right? As we see amongst all the heathen, we tend to have an interesting history of a back and forth between us and the Philistines in particular, right? So that's next week. So with that, we'll say Laila Tawab, Manakha Tawab, which means good afternoon. So we made trying to keep it around a Roman watch time, which is 3 hours, but looks like we did it in a Hebrew watch, which is about 4 hours. Either way, we finished on time, at least as far as a Hebrew watch. But with that, we'll say a Shah Shabbat once again, Manakha Tawab. With that, we'll do the closing prayers. Look forward to talk to you guys Tuesdays and Fridays on the class, as well as the upcoming Sabbath day. Continue to watch and pray as we see the prophecies that Christ gave his disciples on the Mount of Olives come to pass. Wars, rumors of wars, famines, pestilences, earthquakes in diverse places. Many coming in his name, saying they are Christ and shall deceive many. Keep an eye out on those prophecies as well as others as they come to pass. And just make sure we stay ready, right? Make sure our words and deeds are according to Christ, as per the scriptures. All right? So Shalom, we'll do the closing prayers now. Can someone get the door, Papa Kushan? Barakate Hawa ba Shumi Hawashai, Asherat and now Par Yagapan Tuara Aman. La how ba Shumi Hawashai of Yasha Allah. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Amadwa, Panyua Yerushalayim, stand and face Jerusalem. Yahweh, Ba'asham, Yahweh Shai, Babakushai, Shemai, Lanawa, Aita, Yemyan, Aitha, Shalak, Micah Allah, Walla Allahayim, Tazwadakim, La, Shamar Ayel, Barak, Rapah, Magan, Wat Chazayak, Banya, Yasha'Allah, Washalak, Lanawa, Rabiim, Kakama, Rabiim, Da'if, Rabiim, Bayanad, Rabiim, Sabalanwa, Rabiim, Amawan, Rabiim, Aqua, Rabiim, Ahabiim, Rabiim, Haganah, Rochanaya, Wasalak, Kal, Katayamnawa, La Akim, Wa Akiwa, Wayasha'Allah, Damyad, Waiwalam, Ba'asham, Yahawashai, the water, Aman. English translation. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now. Right now, send Michael and the righteous powers to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel. And send to us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins. For the brothers, sisters in Israel, always and forever, in the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, so be it. Four Corners Prayer. Yahweh Basham, Yahweh Shai, Barak Nawe, Wayash Allah, Wabat Yasapariam, Shemai, Yashaville, Yahweh, Elohai Nawe, Yahweh, Akhed. English translation. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, bless us in Israel in the house of books. And then we said, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. So with that, we'll say Shar Shabbat once again, Wa Manachat Tawab. We'll also say Brakat Yahweh by Shemi Yahweh Shai, Laharuch HaKodash, which is blessed be the Most High in the name of Christ by way of the Holy Spirit. Without them, none of this would be possible. May all the branches of Christ be blessed in this Sabbath day. Shalom. Shalom.